Okay, hello everyone. Welcome back to Vintage Story Wilderness Survival Permadeath with Oceanic Exploration settings. I think it's like attempt 29, but we're on episode 4, and we've made great headway in our series. In fact, we are not only making great strides toward the production of iron, but also steel. We've gathered a whole bunch of bauxite, we've gathered a whole bunch of fire clay, a shitload of it, really, like 12 stacks, and we have more marked on the map too. We've also gathered a whole bunch, like over 500 bountiful iron. We're gonna get more. Overall, the series has a really good momentum, and all we have to do is maintain it and continue on. We got a beautiful property with a lot of good things going for it. We got a pregnant goat that is going to end up producing milk eventually, right? Right on. So, first task for the day. Right, 6 out of 9. 6 out of 9 on the flax. We need to start thinking about our windmill early. So with that said, I might have to start doing the quarry mod stuff. We already have bronze splitter plugs, 8 of them, but we're gonna need a hammer to go with it. I don't have that much food, but at the same time, I could just subsist on berries. We are in that season. So let's grab that hammer. And we need to think about what type of stone we'd like to use for building our stuff. I'm thinking I might switch it up this time. In the previous series, we had a cream brick house with an oak wood floor, as well as a granite cobblestone windmill with a tan brick floor. Now, I liked the look. It looked really nice. I'm almost tempted to do it again, but I understand the value in switching it up, trying something else. So we're gonna have to come to a decision relatively soon. Now, I do have prevalent access to limestone in this playthrough, so we could do like a limestone windmill type thing, right? Mr. Pickle, welcome, buddy. Slate, huh? I've never used slate before, but it is dark. We have some shale around too, but I think shale is like a dirtier brand. Yeah, how are you doing, Pickle? All right, well, let's go grab these berries up here. They look like white currants, but it's kind of hard to say at a glance. Yeah, they're totally white currants. That'll subsist, you know, we can subsist on these for a while. Beautiful. Okay. I could also theoretically use bauxite for the house too. We have a lot of access to different mineral types. I definitely have to get a whole bunch of quartz. That's gonna have to happen eventually. Alright, well, let's start quarrying some limestone. We're gonna get a lot done. But it is a respectable sail distance to get there. Or, like, it depends on whether or not I can find slate. Maybe I could try to build with slate. Yeah, we could try it out. You're doing good, eh? Well, I'm gonna consider trying to find some slate. Let's see. Let's leave this here, and let's get some stone readings with the Pro Pick. I might even just default to gathering more iron and quartz for the time being to keep us busy while I come to a decision on what to build the house in. We have a lot of chert, but I'm not really a fan of the look of chert. I need to learn color theory. Like, learn what colors go well together and what ones don't. Oh, we got a lot of... Oh, God. A lot of granite here. That's a tainted shiver. That is pretty dangerous, honestly. Got it. I did bring my torches, so we're gonna try to spawn-proof this area for our escape later. Okay. I wonder what's below. Oh shit, I just put my torches out. I can relight them, but... Let's get a stone search. So we have basalt, phyllite, white marble, chert, bauxite, swavite. Interesting. Well, I sure as shit don't want to relight these, but hang on. It would be wise to try and undo some spawns here. Prevent them, right? Slate is good with maple or ebony logs, huh? I'd imagine that even just combining a slate floor with a cream brick house would look really nice, especially if you do like tiles. Yeah, tiles could look really good. Yeah, the black of the slate with the white of the marble would look really nice. God, I could have saved myself so much time. Shouldn't have let these torches go out in the water. But we'll get them lit. We need to be able to disable spawns here in the iron mine. It's deep enough where I have to worry about what shows up here, so... Fabio, hello, buddy. Oh yeah, we got arrested. We got killed by cops, actually. Yeah, but we got far enough to make my Scooby snacks. We had a big barn set up where it was mass producing heavenly quality mixed mushrooms. We were on cloud 9 for a minute, buddy, but in the end we lost it. But I am very excited because I wrote down a whole bunch of notes for how to recreate that mushroom setup. And we can recreate it later. Yeah, we're going to be playing more Schedule 1 really soon. I just need to take a short break from it so it starts to feel fresh again, you know? Alright, let's try to prevent spawns in this area a little bit. And I'm going to try to mine this iron up here. There's more over there. Man, in part of the new update, they're actually adding footsteps to bears. And wolves. But I'm more excited about the footsteps being added to bears. Like, you might actually have a chance to hear them coming before you get ravaged. Right? I might even remove my brown, like, slower brown bears mod, but I don't know. I still feel like the speed of brown bears is, like, overtuned. Right? It just doesn't seem like a permadeath viable thing. It's the only thing that doesn't seem permadeath viable. When weighed against the rest of the game, brown bears are the most dangerous creature in the game. Even, like, more dangerous than the bosses you have to fight and stuff like that. Just crazy dangerous. Oh, wow. Look at that big opening. There's a cave system here. I wonder what might be in that cave system for us to claim. Couldn't tell you, but let's eat. It's time to eat. I'll eat the white currants because those are gonna go bad first. Yeah, there could be minerals and ores in there. I don't like this. Hang on. I can at least stop them from getting up that way. Alright. Hang on. I'm gonna grab these before they start despawning. And I may try installing the performance boosting mod Optitime with this. Oh yeah, I saw those shelves with the customizable wood and the glass panels that you can put on them and shit, the doors. They look really good. Anyway, take care for now, Pickle. It was good to see you, and I'll consider using that slate like you said. Yeah, hopefully, you know, your shift isn't too bad, it flies by, and then maybe we could chill a little bit after, eh? Anyway, peace out for now. Doing a good job here so far. Anyway, I'm gonna get a prospector's pick reading back where we came from so that I can find out if there's any useful minerals in or around that cave. We might be able to find like a source of olivine down here. No more iron over there. Okay. Yeah, we got all this. Anyway, let's get a pro pick reading here. Oh, there's iron up there. Hematite, sure. But there's also quartz apparently down here. I probably wouldn't gather it this deep. There's safer places to get it, but... Alright, we're gonna seal that off. And I have to get up there, which is gonna involve using this. Structural support beam. Prevent cave-ins while I break these blocks. And then, again. I could just keep going this way now, actually. We don't need that. Yeah, we need to, primarily what we're doing is we're preparing for when the time comes that we have our windmill. That's what we're doing. Because the moment I get a windmill, it's going to become possible to process iron. Process iron blooms, get iron ingots, thereby make iron tools. Right? And that's very important for us. It's also going to open up the beehive kiln, because I'll be able to make iron hatch doors. We need those. Right? The beehive kiln is going to allow me to do the finer touches on my house construction and whatnot. So... we got a lot going on. A very critical juncture in the game's progression loop. Oh, I don't like being here. Very easy for the monsters to flank me in a place like this. As long as I keep that wall up, we should be okay. I'm gonna go this way. Try to get all the iron toward the cave. Good morning, Chris. Good morning. How are you doing? Ugh. Good to be back in Vintage Story, man. It's good to be back. I miss Schedule 1. I wish we got to experience our mushroom setup more, but at least I learned how to make it, right? Finally learned how to make mushrooms. That's important. I am confident that I can be a Scooby Snacks empire soon. Alright, no more, oh god, there is more iron back there. Yeah, you always gotta check that. Look at that, we just uncovered even more vein. Crazy. It looks like it loops around, so we'll go get it. No more over there. There's more right there. But that might connect to the other stuff. Yeah. More iron. I don't think there's any more over there. Okay. Just about ready for your last break, eh? And then it's homeward bound to the fresh cup of coffee, I'd imagine. All right, let's eat. Finish off these berries. Okay. You can always uncover a little bit more iron. Okay. We're gonna call this route cleansed. We'll seal off the entrance to all of it. We got a massive amount here. All right. So yeah, let's seal that off. Make it so I can't get up there. And we gotta return here. I'm gonna seal off that path right there. And then we'll approach that iron from this way. I'm assuming this path is here because there's still more iron? No, we can remove this pathway right here. We're gonna make sure we only have one path to follow. One viable route. Yeah, this is more iron right here. That area is completely cleared, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Holy shit. Today's your Friday? God damn, buddy. Well, right on. You deserve a weekend. Damn, we might have, like, cleansed the vast majority of this mine. Let's get a reading. Hematite is apparently 5 blocks away. 4 blocks away. 4. 9. 9. Yeah, I don't know. It might be on a different elevation to us. That's our way out. Hematite 1 block away? There we go. Okay, we cleared all this. Hematite 8. It's hard to say where there might be more. We sealed off all the paths that we had cleansed of hematite. We might be done with this mine. The iron could be higher than us. It's hard to say. Let's get a reading right here. 7? It was 4 right here. 8 right there. Yeah, I couldn't tell you. We can call it a day here at this vein, I think. We don't need to be here any longer. Hematite 6. 6. So that would mean it's either above or below, right? 7. Yeah, we won't bother. There might be more, but we got enough out of this vein where I'm happy with it. Let's get out of here while I still have a pickaxe to do so. All right. Yeah, time to go. You slept 12 hours? God damn. Well, hey, better to sleep 12 hours than, like, 3, right? Okay. We're getting out of there. Our iron mine is now depleted. It sucks. That bountiful vein, I was hoping it would last longer. But we got a lot of iron there. A lot. We'll be set for a good long time. So we have iron checked off the list. We have fire clay and fire clay bricks checked off the list. We're gonna go get a shitload of quartz. And I gotta come to a decision on what I'm gonna build my base out of. All right, let's eat. And let's swap out our torches. Refresh the duration. Okay. Yeah, we got a whole bunch of iron here. A significant amount. Beautiful. All right, let's put the bronze ingots in here. Now, we are building up a good amount of granite stone. I could just start doing cobblestone. We got some red clay, and we have more nearby. Oh, yes. 4 stacks of cobblestone right there. It happened quick. All right. So that's a start. Yeah, really, really it just comes down to how much stone you found, right? I'm okay. Sorry, I'm okay with the color scheme of granite. I have no problems with it. Usually if I get a whole bunch of granite, then I'm like, okay, that's what we'll build our windmill out of. And it looks like this might be such a series, right? Anyway, we never ended up using our quarry tools, so we'll leave that there. And once we have calm rift activity, that's when I'm gonna be able to start building the windmill. All right, now, the clay stone and the chert, we're just gonna convert into paths later. High rift activity at the moment. So what now? I don't have that much food left, but we do have a full belly. I will need more lanterns. Like, I will need to get more, Oh, we did so good on coal. I will need to get more brass, or bronze. Sorry, Jesus. Dirty ass air in here. I'm in a mold paradise. Mold and artificial heat paradise. All right. Yeah, I need to find more copper and cassiterite. So, I guess let's go check on the leather production. 1.5 days, 2.5 days, and this stuff is currently progressing. We can switch it over soon. Yeah, okay. Whoa. Okay. Eliminated some of the resistance around our home. Welcome back, Pickle. Welcome back. So what, are you tuning in from work, or are you like still getting ready for work? Alright, I'm gonna take a brief break and I'm gonna try to do something about our frame stuttering. We do have a consistent amount of stuttering in this world. It could be because I have a block distance of 800, but I don't want to negotiate with that. Like, I want to keep it because I like the view from the base. So I'm gonna log out, I'm gonna install the Optitime mod, and we're gonna see if it improves my performance on top of the NVIDIA changes that I've already made. Yeah, save and leave. You're still getting ready, eh? All right, so we've installed Optitime, and we're gonna see how Optitime pairs with my NVIDIA tweaks. And I have to approach this entire series with a perspective of scene hunting. If we get less frame stutters, we'll know it's working. Right now, it seems smooth. Oh yeah, it seems way smoother. All right, let's eat this. We need to make more food. Don't have much besides a bunch of turnips. You know what? We do have a shitload of berries. We'll just eat those. They'll be fresh for 24 hours. We can eat them before they go bad. Six out of 9 flax. 7 out of 7 carrots. We can harvest those. Let's do it. Okay, we got a full harvest of carrots. Wasn't much, but it's something. The rye still hasn't been subjected to heat damage, and I'm really curious about that. I'm wondering why that's the case, you know? All right. So we just harvested K crops. I could plant N crops in their place. Turnip seeds. God, I have the worst performance and I have no idea why. Is it the god rays and the waving foliage? I don't know, buddy. I don't know, but we're gonna find out. All right, that's all the carrots. Now for turnips, where the carrots were. Yeah, I don't know. I just seem to get consistent frame drops. It could be anything. I have no idea. Could be how many bees I have. How many of those... Like, that's a buggy-ass mod, right? So I wouldn't even be surprised if it was causing problems. But I can leave waving foliage off, at least. Maybe reduce particles to 30. Fucking... Yeah, 30 will do. Alright, so next on the agenda, I would like to go get a whole bunch of quartz. A lot of quartz. We need a bunch of it. I have 3 pickaxes on me, so we could start making some great progress with that. I am gonna need a lot of food though. Let's grab these. I have a few quartz mines marked on the map that we can go pay a visit to. Let's grab our cranberries. We're gonna subsist on berries for a while. We don't need much else. Quartz underground over there. Quartz underground. Alright, well, I think we're gonna head that way to the underground quartz. I am here. So it's really not far. We just follow the coast over there and then we'll get there. When it does come time to do the quests, though, I don't think I'll be able to keep those NVIDIA control panel settings that I changed. Because they do kind of disrupt the flow of melee combat. Oh shit, I hate how much of this quartz is suspended. I could put some beams down and kind of stop the cave-ins. It would take a lot of them, though. Let's make sure that they can't get up here. God, my game is so consistently laggy and I have no idea why. Truly no idea why. Might be hard to see on your guys' end, but it is painfully obvious here. It just constant frame drops. Yeah. Let's remove some of my optimizations, because I feel like this control panel thing that we did, it might not be a good idea. I mean, this worked for one person's setup, but there was never a guarantee that it was going to work for mine. All right, remove it from the program list. All right. We still have Optitime installed, so like we'll see if having Optitime without NVIDIA settings changed improves it. Crazy part is, like, I have the same level of frame drops whether or not I have those settings, like waving foliage and God rays on, so. All right, we'll see how this goes then. I removed all the NVIDIA shit. Will it be better or worse? We'll have to wait and see. Anyway, we're gonna start digging from the bottom. We have a lot of structural support. Wherever there's a beam, I can dig from the top all the way to the bottom, it looks like, which is nice. This does look better, surprisingly. The NVIDIA control panel settings, they might have worked for that guy, but it looks like they might have been hindering my performance a little bit. All right, we have to finish these currants first. They are the priority food. One of our 3 pickaxes now destroyed. The thing I love about mining quartz is that you have to destroy very little stone while you're harvesting the quartz. The vast majority of the time, all you're breaking is quartz rocks. That's all you're breaking, right? You don't have to worry about, okay, destroy this quartz rock and then destroy the stone and then destroy the quartz, then just like, it doesn't just happen over and over again, right? Instead, you just spend the vast majority of your time harvesting the ore instead of the stone around it. Makes it a faster treat to harvest this stuff. God, this is so much better. I'm not getting tiny little micro lags anymore. Okay. You ain't doing that again. I'll tell you that right now. Good luck. All right. I'm gonna actually take down a timestamp. That's a good tip. So, episode 4. First tip. That would have been like 45 minutes in. Using structural supports to hold up a harvestable ceiling. All right. Right. All right. Yeah, mining quartz is a fucking treat. We're gonna need a lot of quartz though, a lot of it. Because we need to do our greenhouse and we need quartz for making refractory bricks for steel production as well on top of that, so. Considerable quartz need. Okay, well, I learned something new about structural support. You can be attacking a block that has 0 instability, but if it's connected to a block that has instability laterally, like horizontally, then that lateral block might actually come down, along with every other block attached to it. Okay, let's eat. Gotta use these up before they have a chance to spoil. Yeah, we are in the season of berries right now. If I find any gold, I'll gather it. Gold has utility for upgrading lanterns. Upgraded lanterns are significantly powerful. It doesn't seem like much at first. It doesn't look like there's a very big difference between a light level of 18 and a light level of 20, but I assure you it's a massive difference because it increases the distance of the light, not only horizontally, but also vertically, right? You get like that diagonal 2 blocks of extra light too. So it makes a huge difference when you're trying to like light up an interior space or some shit like that. How much is that now? 209 quartz chunks with 47 clear quartz. It's happening. It's a little slow, but it's happening. I wonder what the other quartz vein looks like. Maybe it would be more convenient to harvest the other one. Less overhangs, right? Maybe it would be like entirely a floor and walls instead of having overhead ceiling bits that I have to worry about. Maybe we'll go check out the other one and see what it looks like. How the fuck do I get out of here? All right, I guess that'll have to do. Where is the other one? Down there. Hello, Seven Sky. Hello, buddy. I see you got a new display picture. How are you doing? All right. Well, if I make an elevator, I can get down there, but I have to make sure that... Hang on. Right here. Gotta dig that down. Create a little pit for the water to fall into, right? I don't know how big or small this vein is gonna be, but let's just put the waterfall down first. There we go. We have an elevator to get in and out. And I'm gonna make sure there's a wall behind it. It helps when you're trying to swim out. Let's try to disable some spawns over here. That's one hell of a pit. Oh, we got company. Yo, that guy just did a triple Lindy over the ledge. All right. All right, we're gonna have to try to nullify spawns over here. Put down just a couple of torches to stop them spawning in. I think that'll do. You mixed your old one with Clippy, eh? Right on. I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. Yeah, we had a really fun series in Schedule 1. I finally got to produce Scooby Snacks, but we were killed by police shortly after. I'm excited to continue playing it, but for now, I want a Vintage Story break, you know? Yeah, I'll spend a day playing Vintage Story, and then maybe tomorrow we're back at Schedule 1 with another attempt. Zuzi's in the middle of her shifts now. She's worked one night shift. She's sleeping it off. We're really hoping that she gets a call back from the hotel receptionist interview that she had about a week ago. Whoa. Okay. Well, no longer going that way. Yeah, we're really hoping she gets a call back about that. All right, let's eat. Yeah, we can subsist on berries for quite a while. The porridge lasted us long enough. Until all of the berries around were in season and blooming. Now we can just, yeah, we can subsist on those for a good long time. I don't even have to hold left click. I can just do the autopilot thing. In fact, that would actually be a really great clip to get. Check it out, no hands. All right, so that timestamp is like an hour, 1 minute and 5 seconds. Using right-click pause trick to mine on autopilot. And I think I have a quern tip written down for episode 3, which would pair well with that. Bring scraps home instead. Yeah. It's like an example of what not to do. Okay. And this is... here it is. So that's episode 3, 2 hours, 34 minutes, and 15 seconds. 2 hours, 34:15. Quern demonstration. I'll just put quern part so it fits. Beautiful. Oh yes, organized note-taking, chat. I'm gonna make the best tips and tricks video ever. Yeah, her Amazon job is killer, but being a hotel receptionist, the beautiful part about that job is that it would actually be in the town where we live, right? Susanna has to commute like for 3 hours to get to her job at the Amazon warehouse, so she actually, to work an 8-hour shift, she spends like 16 hours gone, right? She spends like 2.5 hours getting to work and then 2.5 hours getting back. Outside of the bounds of her shift, like her actual work, right? So on the days where she works, she's lucky to get 5.5 to 6 hours of sleep. Lucky. Usually only getting like 4 hours, right? So the biggest upside if she gets this hotel clerk job is gonna be that she's gonna have a very short commute, 1 simple bus ride instead of 3 bus rides and a train ride. And she's gonna be able to like get a lot of sleep in between shifts. Yeah. And she won't have to work night shifts, most likely. Hell yeah, buddy. You and me both. So, do we have any, like, gold in quartz here? Native silver in quartz, but I'm not seeing any gold. All right, let's put another torch right here. Combine those. Eat these. I think I'll just get rid of the silver, because I never find a use for silver. Yeah, just a waste of space. Well, the more time with me, I have to be honest, it's kind of... It's a secondary factor, because even when we're both home, I usually stream all day anyway, right? So she doesn't get to spend that time with me. But it will mean that she's able to sleep in the bed with me every night. Because usually when she has to work, like she has to get up at 3 in the morning because of the commute. So she has to sleep in her old bedroom over at her parents' apartment, because I'm a crazy light sleeper, right? And if I got up, then I wouldn't be able to go back to sleep. But I'll basically be able to synchronize my schedule with hers, so we both get up at 6 in the morning. I get an early start, right? And then we both go to sleep at like 11. Yeah, it's going to be much more manageable. Yeah, we're going to be able to synchronize our sleep schedule and just get it on the same page without having night shifts disrupting it. Being able to go to sleep next to each other every night without shifting schedules and without getting up like crazy early at 3 or 4 will be huge. Yeah. But the nature of my job is that, like, when I'm working, like, even if Susie's home, we don't spend that much time together. Holy shit. Okay, well, I don't want to harvest that stuff. Let's go over here. That's sus. Yo, that's a gaping hole going really deep down. I don't like that. The thing is, the floor underneath, look at that, 50% on that one. Crazy. All right, but at least now it looks like we are standing on a stable surface, so keep harvesting here. Yeah, I really want to get that computer for Zuzi, because that means whenever she's off work on her weekends, we could theoretically play games together on stream. It's like quality time that's also monetizable, and her channel can grow, which gives her an exit strategy for her job. Win-win-win. Alright, we've almost broken 2 tin bronze pickaxes. Just getting quartz. We're gonna want at least 3 stacks of quartz. I want to get exactly 3 stacks, and then I want to see how much of that quartz was needed to make my greenhouses. Because I basically do the exact same greenhouse build every single time, right? So I want to find out how much is really necessary for that build. And I might use more oak to make my greenhouse builds taller this time. Yeah, 2 of our pickaxes are now busted. like how sometimes when you break a quartz rock, you actually get 2 quartz nuggets from it. Doesn't happen often, but it does happen. God, I'm craving more Schedule 1 like a drug. That game's gameplay loop is highly addictive. It's an extraordinarily designed game. It really is, you know? Hello, Alistair. I'm doing great, buddy. I'm living the dream. How are you doing? How is life treating you? We're gonna want to put down another couple of torches here. Alright. Put one right there. Another one right here. Just a bit embarrassed in front of class, but that's all. No problem, buddy. I've been there. Yeah. It's good to see you, buddy. It's good to see you. And don't worry about having bad English. You know why? Because if your English isn't too good, that means you know 2 languages, right? And no matter what, 2 languages is always better than 1. So you're winning already. Yeah, if somebody has bad English, that just means that they're good in another language. And knowing 2 languages is always good. No problem, buddy. I mean every word. Alright, I guess we're having more berries for lunch. Let's eat these black currants. They're not going to keep as long as the cranberries. Yeah, those will be fresh for another 2 days. We're good. All right, we're halfway toward completing the final stack that I want to gather. Maybe I should try to get a couple of readings for like copper or cassiterite here while we're here. I don't have another pickaxe after this one breaks, granted. But if I could find copper or cassiterite, then I could mark it on the map and we would know that, you know, to get more for making more lanterns, we could come here. Most people who speak English don't speak good English. Very true, Toast. Very true. Yeah. 6-7-W. God, I find myself guilty of that regressive slang from the younger generations now. To think that humanity's been reduced where, like, they can't, like, that's what slang is now. It's not saying sick instead of saying cool. It's not saying rad or dope. It's not like coming up with a new word to describe something. It's just reducing the word to its minimal, like most minimalistic form. It's sad. Yeah, slang's not good anymore. It's all derived from the root words. It's weird. It's kind of like riz, right? Like charisma. So they come up with the term Riz. Although I suppose, did my generation even have a slang word for having game? Well, I guess having game, but... I suppose there's good and bad elements to recent slang, right? Good and bad elements. I like Riz. I think that Riz is an interesting play on charisma, and it's fun to say. Like, that's a younger generation slang W, shall we say. Oh yeah, de facto, I saw that. In fact, I tagged you, and I asked you to post screenshots of... I asked you to post like the frog that you made. We have an arts and crafts section on my main Discord channel, and I would like you to post the picture of the frog there, as well as the picture of like the tree thing that you did, and the new one that you uploaded like yesterday or today or whatever. I want you to put all of those in the arts and crafts section on my main channel, so that I can occasionally like show those off to people while I'm streaming. And I'll mention you by name, of course, give you full credit for it, but I want to show people what chiseling is capable of through the stuff that you've made. If you're cool with it. Like, if you still have those images of the frog and whatever, then I would love it if you put those in the arts and crafts section. Yeah, that build you did was fucking massive. in that recent one. All right, let's get out of here for now. Oh, shit. There we go. All right, let's eat some cranberries while we run home. Oh, yeah, it's good to see you, Toast. I kind of like, you and Chris kind of showed up at the same time. So you guys are like buttered toast. You know, it's like when you guys are around, I get that feeling like I'm eating buttered toast and like it's, you know that ASMR where you crunch into buttery toast and it tastes fucking awesome? Whenever I see both of you in chat, I get that ASMR feeling. No homo, but I do. Yeah, I fucking love buttered toast, bro. All right, looks like the bees are beginning to produce again. Oh, hello. Got it. I still don't know why the rye never took heat damage. That's so weird. Like, all of the rye is fine and it's not taking any heat damage. I have no clue why. All right, we have a whole bunch of quartz. We're gonna put that in here. And then we need to put this cobblestone somewhere. I guess we'll put it in here with the fire clay for now. We will very shortly have to start trying to build our, fucking, what do you call it? The thing where the things go. The windmill. That's right. Deposit the clear quartz. We have 69. Wait, that's borax. Quartz chunk. Okay. I still have a serving of meat stew that I can eat. All right, let's get some sleep. It isn't very often that I do sleep, but I'd like to harvest the bees and have daylight. Get up now. All right, they're still not harvestable yet. I need to check my world settings, dude. It is so weird that the rye hasn't taken damage, and I'm wondering, the turnips didn't take any weather damage either. We've definitely exceeded 27 degrees. That's the thing, right? Is there like a setting that I might have changed where it stops crops from taking weather damage? Oh, okay. I don't see anything like that. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea, buddy. No idea why it's happening, but our crops aren't taking any damage at all. There's another person on the server named Hash Brown. Ooh. Yeah, oh, crispy golden brown hash browns, like McDonald's hash browns. Oof, but honestly, if you just get store-bought hash browns and you fry them in olive oil, that's just as good. They get all like dark brown and crispy. You put some heavy salt on there, like... That's a dream. Yeah, I don't know why the rye hasn't taken any damage. It's very puzzling to me. We've definitely exceeded that temperature range already. Anyway, I might need more pickaxes soon. Certainly gonna need that replacement shovel very shortly, so we'll take it with us. Now, I think I might get started on the windmill. Although rift activity is medium, it will not be safe to do it. I need ladders. I have a lot of sticks, so we can make a bunch. 54 ladders. We're at height 114. I need to go up to 70, which is going to require 56 ladders. I have 54, so we'll make a little bit more ladderage. Aladdin. Now, I need to start thinking about the layout of my base, where things are going to be, why they're going to be there, that sort of thing, right? Now, this space right here, I was thinking about putting my house right here. But what I might do instead is put the beehive kiln and the steel cementation furnaces here and build my house up here on the hill where my starter house is. And then maybe we could have our windmill, like right around here. The workshop, right? We're gonna want the workshop. Let's move this stuff over. We'll have our first batches of leather very soon. All right, and now we need to make strong tannin. All right. And I don't really need to build my boathouse over there. We could just build it here, and then I could like sail the sailboat around that corner, right? Easily enough. We don't need to have the boathouse over there. We can access that channel just going around this way if we ever want to sail to the east. Yeah, it would work. Oh, shit. Of course, there's a portal right where I was gonna build my, windmill now. Jesus. All right. So yeah, we'll build a boathouse kind of down here at the coast. We'll figure something out. And over there on the other side of the house, we're gonna build the windmill. But we can't start now, of course. So let's deposit this. Wait. Let's pick a chest where we can put it with the ladders all together. I'll make more rot. More compost. We need a barrel, which we have right here. Okay. So, how do I occupy my time otherwise? Well, we're gonna start by making more pickaxes for sure, and then I'm gonna try to find copper and cassiterite. Let's eat this meat stew so I can leave the bowl behind. Oh god. We didn't finish it all. Let's just drop it in there. There we go. All right. We have a massive amount of black coal now, like a shitload. We've been busy. Mass production, boys. Let's swap out all these torches. And I think I'm just gonna make a door for the cellar. Yeah. In fact, we are gonna need a larger cellar space very soon here. So I'm thinking I just extend it backwards a little bit, but we will need some dirt for that. That'll do. All right. There we go. I can now put more ceramic vessels in there. Put the torch down. And I need a door for that. Instead of dicking around with the blocks, right? We'll just make a basic pine one for now. Yeah, it doesn't need to be fancy, it just has to get the job done. So, can I repurpose these ceramic vessels? Probably only if I make more chests. But yes, yes I can. We have a lot of nails crafted already. We foresaw this problem. It was promised to us 3,000 years ago. All right, we have those chests. Deposit the nails and the planks. Now we have to move all of these into the cellar and then swap their contents. With the chests. Beautiful. Okay, let's place the chests down where those were. This will be more convenient. We'll have more space for everything. Beautiful. Shitload of iron right there. That's wonderful to see. 4 full stacks of iron. Cassiterite and copper. And then all of that black coal. We have a shitload of it, buddy. Yeah, that's great. And then we don't really need to have this here anymore. So we can grab it and store it in here with the other ones. Well, the other one. Yeah, and I'm sticking to the small wooden chests this time because I want to be able to pick them up and move them, right? Oh. Good morning, Persnickety. Good morning. How are you doing? How does your life fare? All right, now all of the molds, which we won't need once we get to the Iron Age, with the exception of the ingot molds. We'll put those in here. The honey can stay, of course. Yeah, that belongs. This, seeds, Jonas part. Stones. Okay. Good. It's looking great. So, storage situation is greatly improved. We have 10 wooden chests. Way more space now for crops and whatnot. So we're gonna start grouping our vegetables together in here. Grains and hides. I guess the hides we can just put back here all together, right? Eventually we will need more cellar space than this, but that's fine. Yeah, we'll work it out over time. At least now we have the space required for expansion. And as long as no monsters can spawn anywhere, then we're good. It looks like we're just fine in that regard. But I'm gonna do myself a solid and just put this down here. I don't trust it. Yeah, fill that. So no entities can spawn in the water. That portal's still sitting there. Now, we have to do the smithing. Let's heat that up. I'm doing great, Persnickety. I can't complain, buddy. I really can't complain. This is one of those days where life feels okay, you know what I mean? I want a second coffee, though. Feeling the need. I need my drugs. Alright, looks like this shit's ready to be hammered. So let's make a pickaxe head. And then while that portal's there, we are going to work on getting more cassiterite and copper. I'll make 2 pickaxe heads. I'd also like to start like a new habit in my playthroughs when I play Vintage Story. In future playthroughs, I think I'm just gonna stop using the Golden Combs mod, because I kind of lean on it for fruit production when I could just be using like wine. You know, I would need a bigger cellar to hold the wine, or perhaps 2 cellars, one for food and one for wine, but we could do it. And I want to start mapping out my house with the rammed earth early, right? Usually I have to tear this down and then build the other house around it, but what I'd like to start doing is like mapping out the layout for my cream brick house with rammed earth, and then we just tear the wall down, build it back up later, right? All right. Deposit those. Oh, we still have one more ingot. I could make a tin bronze torch holder, but we just don't need one right now. I think I'll make another pickaxe to make sure that we're like fully covered on that front. Yeah. Unfortunately, our hematite mine is pretty much depleted. We cleaned it out, but we got a lot of bountiful iron. A whole bunch of iron. Every single chunk that we have is bountiful quality, so that's great, right? All right, we have 3 pickaxes now that we can cycle through. I'm gonna take 2 with me. Equip those. And we'll take all of those cranberries. Lastly, I'm gonna need more rammed earth. All right, let's go. Oh, the bees. Right, I want to harvest the bees before we go. Well, maybe we can just harvest them when we get back. Some of the flax is now reaching growth stage 7. Let's water it and make it grow a little faster. It really is a slight growth speed boost, not much. It goes from 62% to 66, but I suppose if it shaves some hours off, then... Is it worth it to do this? Hang on. I don't know. All right. Either way, we have to try to squeeze out 2 full harvests before season's end to make sure I have a good amount of flax. That's why I've been consistently watering these pretty much the whole time. We want to get those 2 harvests. If we can, we're setting ourselves up for success for the rest of the game. Yeah, the temperature is definitely going to exceed 27 degrees. Like, it already has, but none of our crops have gotten damaged. Crops won't get stunted. Vintage story. Yeah, I don't know. For some reason, I'm just not getting it. All right, there we go. I'm asking if anybody else has experienced similar. All right. What could I plant there? I guess I might leave that open. I don't know. N crops were planted there. So really all I could plant there is pea crops, and I think the only pea crops I have are onions, which I only have 4 seeds for. These will be ready to harvest any second, dude. I feel like I'm just gonna sleep for a short time, maybe like a couple of hours, and then they could be ready. See, it's 27 degrees now. And yet, none of them are stunted by the heat. It's so weird. Well, now the temperature's 25.8. Very strange. 26.5. 27. That's so weird. Anyway, let's start harvesting these. It doesn't look like it's 27 degrees down here, but it certainly was at a certain point, right, in the game. Let's get another hour of rest. All right, take care for now, Alistair. Yeah, Hightail, I don't think I'm ever gonna like Hightail just because I feel like it probably can't compare to Vintage Story. Like it's gonna be another accessible block game, right? Less complex with less to offer, I'd imagine. Yeah, I'm doing good, Persnickety. I'm doing pretty good, buddy. I wonder why this last one isn't producing. I guess I'll just harvest these ones and forget about it for now. We'll harvest it when we get back. It's lagging behind considerably. I don't want to hold up the harvest and all of my tasks I gotta do just because of one errant honeypot, right? Yeah, it's a PvE server. It's just a whole bunch of people living in a community and playing together. There's an invite link to our Discord server in the description of this stream, Persnickety, if you want to join it. It's like a Vintage Story community Discord server. Holy fuck! There's no enemies and then there's 4. Now this is what I expect Apocalyptic to look like. Oh my god, I'm never gonna get that last honeypot harvested. Look at this. What are we talking about here? Look at that. No way. No, I'm just gonna leave. This is too much. Yeah, there's no good reason to stay here. I harvested it. So I'm gonna go deposit the honey. We can just run past all these guys. I'm gonna need to heal up, of course. Yeah. Deposit the honey. We're gonna have to put the honey pots back. If I open that door, it's gonna be like opening a fucking floodgate. Okay. Jesus. All right. Oh my god. Alright, yeah, that honey is harvestable now. I can harvest it in here so that I don't get attacked while I do it. I might be able to grab the rest of the honey pots from in here too. Let's find out. Yep, beautiful. I don't have to step back out there into that hellscape to get them. All right. All right. Put this one right here, harvest it. And then we'll get the hell out of here and we'll try to find some cassiterite and copper. Holy. This is what apocalyptic should look like, yeah, with that many spawns. True to life apocalyptic. All right, now, let's eat. Holy shit. All right, yeah, let's get the hell out of here. We're gonna find a new place to go mining. I got some more berries. Oh, we got even more. Let's just offhand the lamp so I can grab them while we move. I can't take too long because these guys are hot on my tail. Fucking running us down. All right, let's get a reading right around here. Cassiterite 56, native copper 36. Cassiterite 51, native copper 36. So we're no closer to the copper, which means it's probably that way. $38. Can't even get a reading over there. 50 cassiterite, 52 cassiterite, 51. Okay. Native copper 32, so it's going to be off in that direction. The cassiterite is 50 blocks away, pretty much no matter where I go, which leads me to believe it's probably down here. Cassiterite 31, native copper getting further at 44, but we expected that. As long as we're getting closer to the cassiterite. "24 blocks away. I'd imagine we're probably on the same horizontal plane as the cassiterite now, so I'm gonna try to locate it. "26 blocks away. Previous reading was 24 up above. "15. All right, looks like that's the direction we gotta go in. Let's see what we can come up with. What is that? Bismuth. Rich bismuth. Well, we don't want bismuth. Cassiterite is 7 blocks away from here. Six blocks away from right there. Eight. Seven. All right, so most likely it's going to be below us. We're going to have to start digging down. Cassiterite right there. We found it. What quality is it? Medium. Okay, let's gather a whole bunch of this. We don't need as much cassiterite as we need copper. But this is step one. We get a lot of this right now, right here. And it could last us the rest of the game. In lanterns for lighting up our base. Hopefully it's not too small of a vein. And the more of this the granite that we get, the more cobblestone we'll be able to make later. Shit, this looks like it's a pretty small vein of cassiterite. Super tiny. Fuck. Cassiterite 4 blocks away, huh? There we go. Let's eat. Yeah, there's more down here. We'll grab it. It is a very small vein, though. Hello, Susie. Hi, sweetie. I'll be right back, guys. Alright, I'm gonna go back to it. Oh, yeah. I'll see you off when you go, and I'll be checking my coffee and stuff, so. Alright, let's add a timer. Yeah, we're back, guys. We're gonna drain this cassiterite vein as... That's funny, that rhymed. But yeah, we're gonna drain this cassiterite vein as much as possible. There's no more cassiterite, so we literally cleaned it out. But there is hematite apparently 18 blocks away, and I feel like that would be very important to find. Let's find the closest place here. Hematite 16. Most likely it's going to be below us, like right here. So we're going to have to go grab some water and tunnel down. That's the most likely scenario, is that it's directly beneath us, given those readings that we just got. All right. Well, let's go down. Yeah, we're seeking out that hematite. We recently ran out of our bountiful veins, so finding another source would be really useful. Hematite 12 blocks away. We're definitely getting closer as we descend. Let's get some air. Oh shit, there's a cave here. Think there's gold inside? Yeah. That's a dangerous drifter. A tainted one. Well, it would hurt if it hit us. Oh shit. It's fucking swimming up here after me. Okay, I killed that one. We're gonna have to secure this tunnel and find where the iron is. I don't know if they can actually hit me while they're in the water. Oh god. Jesus. Alright, yeah, these are corrupted drifters. We're at a very dangerous depth. So this is not gonna be as safe as our previous iron mine was. Not nearly. But we'll worry about it later. For now... Oh god, my bearskin armor is almost busted, buddy. Look at that. We got one more hit on that. Maybe it's got 0 durability. It seems like it's already broken. Hang on. Let's get some air. Go down. Seal this up. For sure, seal that up. Yeah, maybe I can avoid them entirely, right? Let's get a reading right here. Hematite 12 blocks away. Please be over here and not in that big cave. Hematite 10 blocks away. So we are closer when we go that way, which is really, really good. That means I can avoid this cave entirely. However, how close am I if I get readings from right here? $11. So we're actually closer up here, which is good to know. Let's put that right there. Wait. Right there. Seal that off. Stop the water from flowing into the hallway. Previous reading on hematite was, I think, 10. Now it's 8. $13 when we go that way. $4. Okay, that's where it's gonna be. Somewhere over in this direction. Okay. I'll be right back. Gotta do my coffee, guys. Shit, sorry about that, guys. Kind of left the alarm going off. Yeah, my bad. I'm going to start the coffee steeping timer. Definitely lost some viewers because I left that alarm going, but that's okay. All right. How close are we? Hematite 3 blocks away. Yeah, my own mistake. I shouldn't leave that timer on. Hematite 1 block away. Where is it? There it is. Okay, we found iron and it's medium quality. So we now have an iron vein down here. There's cassiterite 41 blocks away, but I don't really want to be traipsing around this deep looking for cassiterite. We're gonna head out now. Yeah, we got some cassiterite, and we found iron. Those are all good things. We're gonna need to try to locate the copper that we found up here earlier. We did find some copper, and I think that our closest reading was that way. I'm not really sure, but we can find out quick. Hang on. Native copper. Oh, no native copper there? Native copper 32 blocks away over there. So you know what? We'll just go like a certain amount of blocks that way. There's borax 17 blocks away there, though. What was the previous reading for borax? 18 and 17. So that would just be like lower, right? It still says 17 blocks away. What's up with that? $18. And cassiterite 48 apparently? Hang on. Cassiterite 39. $37. Okay, well, you know what? We're gonna go from here. $36. And we're gonna try to find that cassiterite, which is apparently here. $36 to $32. $32 still. $30. Let's eat. $29. No, I'm okay, baby. How fast? All right, 27 cassiterite, 26 borax, 31 copper. $23 cassiterite, 25 borax, 30 copper. So the copper we're not getting close to, but we are getting closer to the cassiterite here. At a good rate. And we might be able to find the copper in this tunnel. I don't know if I have another prospector's pick made. Cassiterite 14 blocks away, native copper 28. Let's try to track down the copper if we can. $26. Most likely a height thing, but I need water at this point. Oh, man, and I need to try to make sure that I can get copper with that prospecting pick, but we use multiple durability on that pick every single time we use it. So I'm going to try to get as close as we possibly can to this cassiterite before I use it again. I'll go like 10 blocks that way. Let's eat. Okay, cassiterite 13. So we're like no closer. 13. All right, most likely we're directly above it. So let's dump the water. Okay. Cassiterite is apparently 4 blocks away from here. There it is. Okay, we found another cassiterite vein. We can harvest that, and we can save this 29 durability on the prospector's pick for copper. I don't know if we have another prospector's pick made. That's the issue. If we have another prospector's pick, it's no problem, but if we don't, I can't make another, right? So we got to make sure we get as close to copper as possible with it. We've eaten. Let's grab these support beams and let's get started. It looks like a sizable vein, and it's rich cassiterite, so we can probably finish up with our cassiterite gathering here, and require a little more of it for the remainder of the playthrough, using it only for lanterns and such. Okay. Damn, this could be a small vein. At least it's rich ore, but it is seemingly a very small vein. I mean, unless there's more up above, which there could be, but I'm doubtful. Does seem like a relatively small vein. All right, I'll get one reading. Right here. Cassiterite is 23 blocks away. So yeah, that's it. We need to try to find copper. And we have to try to do it in as few swings as possible. Now, I seem to recall that we got a decent reading near the surface here. No native copper right there. 33 blocks away that way. So we're gonna go 33 blocks that way. You know, maybe just like 20. But regardless, we're going this way. Hang on, I better count this exact. All right. Now we're gonna go down right here. Native copper 19 blocks away. "26 blocks away." So we got further going here. Much further. We got like 19 right up here. So maybe we need to start tunneling around here? Hang on. What were our readings? 26 and 19. Okay, be right back. Gotta pour the coffee. A lot of the bread that I was eating was Canadian bread, where it's like enriched meat with all sorts of processes to it. We need sourdough. Yeah. All right. Oh God, I can only get like 5 more readings. Native copper 19 blocks away. "19 was the reading that I got here. God damn it, I have no idea where it is. 17 blocks away. I am worried I'm not finding this shit. Native copper 15 blocks away over there, so that's kind of the right direction. I have 2 more fucking readings left. So let's go this way a little bit. Yeah, 15 blocks away, so I'm gonna go 10 blocks that way. And we have to bite the bullet and get those last 2 readings here. Native copper 4 blocks away. Oh, buddy, we're so close. Okay. I have 1 more reading left with that prospector's pick. 1 more. Native copper 4 blocks away. So that means most likely it's either going to be lateral to me, above me, or below me. We got the exact same reading from these 2 points. That's telling. That is definitely telling. So I doubt it's going to be over there that way. So let's check below me first, and then we'll go above. And we'll see if we can find it. Well, I don't see it down here. Let's go up. Let's eat. These are our last 13 cranberries, so we are gonna have to get out of here pretty soon. We have no more food. But I have to mark that hematite iron vein that we found. There is theoretically a possibility that it's like over here. All we know is we got 2 readings where it was 4 blocks away in a row. Let's create a little staircase going down right here. Nothing there. Most likely scenario points toward it being above me. But let's go this way a little bit. Yeah, smart money looks like it's above me. All right. Holy shit. There it is. All right, took a little bit of doing, but I did find it. Yeah, we'll grab a little bit right now, and then we'll try to clear out the vein later. Put a floor right there. Fill that in. Okay. As long as I can make another prospecting pick, we're good. But I am about to get hungry, so we do have to get out of here. It may not be a very sizable vein. In fact, it looks like it ain't. Looks like we've already pretty much cleared it. All right, let's get out of here. We found some copper, and that should allow me to at least make a tool. Let's get out of here before I fucking starve. We got some berries right here that we can eat. And let's mark this vein over here so we know where that hematite is. Okay, we got an iron mine marked. Maybe I could even build my house and windmill over here. When I think about it, it could go both ways. And then we could have our boathouse kind of over here by the channel that flows in between the islands. It is a possibility. Yeah, we still have no heat damage on the rye. Has anybody gotten back to me on that? Strange. Okay, well, yeah, check it out, Susie. Got goaties. Oh yeah, they're Valais goats. And they're about to give birth to a baby and I can get my first harvest of milk. Alright, let's deposit these stones. We'll be using them to make paths and cobblestone later. Okay. Let's crack these open. Alright. We do, fortunately, have enough iron for an entire... Well... Ooh, I do have another pro pick here. Beautiful. We don't even have to produce yet. Alright. Hey, that's 10... We can make about 15 batches. So 15 times 5 is 75. We could make like 75 bronze ingots out of the amount of cassiterite that we currently have. I'm really happy that we have a respectable amount because, well, cassiterite goes a long way. I'm most happy that we still have another prospecting pick. And I have a spare pickaxe right here. We have a full roster of spare bronze tools with the exception of the shovel, but I just switched to our new shovel, so we're good. I have a new sword there. Yeah, we're doing okay, but now I need to make sure that I start packing food because, I mean, I've used up a lot of the berries. So, we're gonna make friends with turnip stew. Oh, yes. I wonder how much peat soil I need to make 6 servings of turnip stew. We'll try 3. Okay, you give me a hug then. And if you get a message from the hotel telling you you've got the job, let me know ASAP. Yeah. We're still at like 345 people. I left my alarm going when I was pouring my coffee. Yeah.
Woke the sleepers.
I woke the sleepers and they departed. They're dearly departed now. See you again tomorrow, sweetie. You take care for now. Love you very much. Super big. Bye-bye. Alright guys, we need to head out, and we need to find more copper and more cassiterite. There was more cassiterite down here. I wonder, maybe, you know what? I'll go to those pre-existing caves over there and I'll check them out, see what we get when we get a reading. I have no bandages though, and I feel like I may want to remedy that before we go spelunking into a cave for whatever reason. All right. A lot of berries here. We'll be subsisting on these for a little bit. We can save our veggie stew for when we really need it. Okay. We can check either mine, it doesn't matter which, but let's make sure we grab some water. We will need an elevator regularly for these explorations. So over here we have the quartz mine that we were mining earlier. We're gonna get a reading here for any potential cassiterite or copper that might be around. There's neither. We can find neither here. Let's go down there and get a reading from in here. Nothing. Okay. Man, I'm craving more Schedule 1 so badly. Like, for real. Right, fuck, I never replaced my armor. We can't go too deep in the mines. Like, at all. My armor's gonna break with one more hit, my chest piece. What is this? That's an oddly generated crevice here, dude. Holy shit, that looks dangerous. We got some really deep chasm pitfalls around here. We do. There he goes. All right, let's get a reading. Nothing. All right, it looks like these caves are duds. We're not gonna find what we need here, but what we will do is keep on searching around our home. We have been finding a lot around there. Let's swim across the channel here. Apparently they're adding piranhas to the game. Can you imagine you go to swim across a body of water and you get eaten alive by piranhas on the way? All right, we have water. Honestly, the simplest way to go about this is to just dig down somewhere and get a reading. So let's put some water right there. Native copper, 47 blocks away. So this ain't the place. Not right here. "44 blocks away. "42. Alright, we're just gonna dig down because it looks like we're directly on top of it. Wherever it is. Oof. Brown coal. I don't really need brown coal because we have so much black coal already. So we'll just pass this entirely. Native copper, 24 blocks away. Bye-bye. I love you, sweetie. Native copper, 14 blocks away. Prior reading was 24. That's good. Good progress. Let's keep going down. This reading should be approximately 6, provided we're coming down straight on top of it. 6. We are literally descending directly on top of this copper, pretty much. Okay. Right here is a good place to start searching. Native copper, 3 blocks away. 2 blocks away over there. Actually, that means it might be off to the side around here. There it is. Alright, we got some poor native copper there. I don't know how much it's gonna be, but we'll start gathering it now. We need a bunch of native copper. Let's grab some water. Finish these berries, open up our inventory a little bit. Get rid of the brown coal. We know we don't need that. This is granite stone, so we'll get rid of the 5 bauxite. Also get rid of the chert and the low fertility soil. This is a very plentiful, dope-ass copper vein. You can tell by how there's copper rocks on top of other copper rocks. It's not just like a layer of copper with a layer of stone underneath or above it. I'm gonna make sure that monsters don't spawn around here and cause me any trouble. Yeah, I can make sure I'm covered for enemy spawns, make sure I'm safer. Now, this is poor quality copper, but any copper is good copper, where your lanterns are concerned. And this is a massive vein, I can tell. We're gonna get a lot here. We're not gonna worry about harvesting the ceiling right now. We can use our support beams to harvest it. Oh, this is extraordinary. Look at this vein, dude. It's enormous. This is what you hope for when you're looking for copper. Not exactly the poor quality of it, but the great size of it. Better to have a massive poor quality vein than a tiny bountiful vein. And if we're lucky, we'll be able to find cassiterite somewhere down here. I have a spare pickaxe that we can use after this one is depleted. There's a free website to remove the background. Well, the way that I designed my emojis is that I use the dark theme for my YouTube, right? I don't use the white theme, I use the dark theme. So if you're using dark theme YouTube, then there is no background. It's just a cup of coffee. Yeah. I could check out that link just to make sure that there's no background for anybody who uses it. I didn't know that there was such a thing. I could check it out and convert all the emojis. Yeah. Oh, this is great. Now this is pod racing. Yo, I think you should convert to using dark theme YouTube. It is so much more pleasing to the eye, dude. I think if you try it, you'll never go back. Now, the only disadvantage about this copper mine is that our temporal stability does go down quite quickly here. All right. Alright, let's take a little lunch break. We're just about far enough where we have to harvest the ceiling, which is made easier with a whole bunch of our structural support pillars. It is dark and you see a white backdrop. That's weird. That's weird, because I see like, I have dark theme, and I have a black backdrop on my coffee emoji. That's weird. Alright, I'm gonna need to get footage of what I'm doing here. So this is 3:05:45. Okay, I think we're just about ready to start harvesting all this. That would have been 3:06:45. Okay. Let's open my browser and see if I have like the transparent thing in here. Like the transparent coffee emoji. Let's see if it's like app based or, oh my god, browser based. Yeah, see, mine has like the black outline around it, and it kind of it blends in unless you hover over it, right? So that's what the coffee emoji looks like for me, with the dark theme here. Collect them when you're done. 30834. Collecting the support after harvesting blocks around it. Okay. Oh, that was reckless. All right, let's keep on harvesting here. I am hoping to get this entire node harvested before we have to leave due to temporal stability. That is the hope, that we'll be able to get it all done. I don't need to harvest it all right now, but it would be nice to. It's just our temporal stability is getting lower and lower, so most likely we're gonna have to come back later. Uh, 25% on that temporal stability counter. Okay, we're hungry. Let's eat. Now, with my temporal stability low, there's a chance for higher level monsters to spawn instead of lower level ones. Which does mean I'm in a pretty tricky spot. Let's get out of here. I'll try to grab whatever's in the walls. Like, we're literally just getting what's left of the vein now. We did the whole ceiling, so we'll try to finish. God. Stability's getting real fucking low. Grab the torches. Alright, yeah, we gotta get out of here. Look at our fucking stability, dude. I wanted to finish gathering all that before we left. How low did we let it go, anyway? Like 10%. It's insane. Alright, but we got a shitload of copper. A whole bunch. Yeah, we did good. I am pretty curious whether or not there might be cassiterite down there, but we're gonna go home for now. I could possibly check it later. Where are we anyway? Home is that way. Alright. We're gonna mark this as check mine. Alright. It's a good thing we have calm rift activity right now, because honestly, with our temporal stability being this bad, we'd have very strong monsters spawning in. We ate all those berries that we got. We're gonna start eating that hefty turnip stew. Yeah, if your temporal stability reaches 0, you don't die, but you get locked in the rust dimension, and you have to kill drifters to get out, to like restore your stability. It's a pretty dangerous situation to be in. So you never want to let your temporal stability bottom out completely. It looks like our cattails are ready for harvest again. We can get another 120 cattails. I'm gonna do overflow minerals in here. Need a new hammer. We got plenty. We got 3 backup hammers, so. Oof. We melted half of that hammer's durability, cracking open all of that. But I mean, hey, that's fine. Now, I think I'll put our coal in there with the molds. Yeah, we got a lot of copper now. We're sitting on a respectable amount. Oh, let's get our temporal stability back. Grab the scythe, harvest the cattails. Oh, man, this is so nice. You just get 6 cattails per swing. Full stop. All right, 120 cattails. Beautiful. So let's take a look here at the flax. I need to figure out where I'm putting down my house and let's see here. I could put my house and my windmill right around here. Like, we could. And then I could have a path leading to a boathouse down there for whenever I set sail. But I don't know, I kind of want to have the boathouse close to the house. Over here seems like it would be nice. But I gotta leave a lot of room for expansion. We gotta make sure that we're respecting the fact that I'll need like a big cellar. I'll want to have a really big workshop, you know? We gotta plan ahead. Those red currant bushes, we'll just harvest those. All right, let's move these bushes out of the way. All right. Let's start working on the windmill. I think we are just gonna put it like right here. And then we need these ladders to achieve the desired height. A heavy temporal storm is approaching. So I think an interior space of 9 is enough for the workshop. I think so. I'm not 100% sure, but I think so. Our first batch of leather is done. Our second batch of leather is done. Okay, we have the strong tannin, and in 0.7 days, I can flip this over to it. I can now make our higher quality backpacks. We got some empty containers here. Let's swap our backpacks out. Yeah. All right, there we go. We got a whole bunch of high quality leather backpacks. Much greater inventory size. Let's grab all of our shit. In my previous playthrough, what were the dimensions? I think... Let's try to see if I can get a glimpse of my workshop and figure out what the dimensions were in that prior series. Yeah, buddy, I'm still running 1.21. Yeah, I won't be playing the new version until it's a stable branch. All right, 1, 2, 3. Is that 4? Hang on. I can get a better look than this at the dimensions. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then a midpoint. So that's 5, 6, 7, 5, 10, and then 11, 12, 13. So that's a wall space, corners included, of 13. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. This is what the dimensions of the warehouse have to be. Well, the workshop have to be. Okay. Okay. There's our dimensions right there. Yeah, we have plenty of space here for a home. I mean, this whole plot around my house we can use, and then we'll just build a little boathouse down here. Probably something smaller and less ornate and fancy this time. How tall is it? 2, 3, 4, 5. It looks like it's 5 blocks tall. Yeah, that looks to be about 5 blocks tall to me. All right. 5 blocks of interior space, though. That distinction does matter. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you have the roof. Basically, once I have all these walls and the ceiling built, all I need is like 50 cobblestone to tower up to the roof where the windmill's gonna be. I don't need to build like all the walls. I really just need to get high enough to put the windmill there. It's okay to have like a skeleton windmill for your first year, you know, where you have the windmill built, but it's held up on pillars instead of walls. Like, that's fine. Better to have that function early so you can take advantage of it and then finish your actual build for the windmill later. We're gonna need more cobblestone now. We do have some granite. Let's use it. And more clay. I'm gonna refresh the torches now, just to be safe. We do have a Temporal Storm coming, and it is a heavy one. Let's eat. All right. It is nice that we're finally working on the windmill, because you know what? Right as soon as we have our Helve Hammers built and we have that mechanical power, well, we're gonna be able to work with all the iron that we've gathered so far. We have a shitload of iron. We have a massive amount of fire clay gathered already. We're well ahead of the game in many regards. And getting this windmill is what's going to allow us to take full advantage of all of it. All right, there we go. That's the dimensions of our warehouse all done. Now we can start building the peak. Let's see. So, how high are we? 120? I can get to 170 from here. Good. I do want my windmills to be spaced apart proper. Let's see if I can parse the dimensions of the top of the windmill from the thumbnail here. Not likely. If I download the thumbnail, then maybe. Let's do that. Download. There. Now I can kind of see it. And I can count with the glass blocks here. Yeah, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 block width for the tower that holds it. But up here, that's actually the same dimensions as down there. Yeah, 13 block width. That's kosher. I'm just wondering if the top could be more narrow. I'm hoping to get video footage of the very top. Let's take a look at this one. See if I can get a glimpse of my windmill with the rotors spinning. Well, not with that Temporal Storm happening. God, my streams are so long, it's nearly impossible to find a frame where I'm like looking at my windmill, you know? Yeah, I don't think we're gonna manage. I may have to just wing it, but I can increase the height at the top at will. As long as we just have the stilts holding it up, we're fine. So you know what? Let's just do a tower right here. It'll work for now, right? We need to go up until over 170. All right. Certainly don't want to fall from here, but yeah, it's beautiful up here. Look at that. 2 hours until the Temporal Storm begins. 73. I don't know what I want the height to be exactly. I'm gonna want to count this, so 2, 4, 6, 8. Wait. 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. 53 block height. Add a floor, it becomes 50. Yeah, I want to try to make sure that this is an odd number. So, mainly for the spacing of our windows. So we're going to go up one more block higher. One more block higher. I better be quick about it, though. We got to take shelter and hide from the Temporal Storm. Add that, and then one more ladder so I can get to the top. All right, so we're ready to like place down our windmill at this point. We are ready. 100% we are. And I might not even build walls for the windmill. I might just leave it to be like a skeleton type thing with the pillars. I'll leave this here for now. Okay. Might want to replace that torch before I die to it. All right. So, Hell of Hammers. I'm gonna need way more fat. Now, resin-wise, we're killing it. We have 78 resin. We don't need more resin. That's trivial. We don't even have to worry about that. What I need to worry about most is lumps of fat. So we're gonna have to go on some crazy hunting trips after this temporal storm is over. We have a lot of hunting to do. A lot of hunting. The hell? Don't I have more cobblestone than that? Wow, I thought I would have had more. Did I use all of it? I mean, I guess I must have, right? No, yeah, the ceiling took most of it. Okay, so we literally, it came down to the very last cobblestone block. Just getting up there, all the way to the last block. That's crazy. Anyway, after the storm's over, I'm gonna be able to hunt my bees. Storm has begun. We'll try to get whatever kills we can throughout the process here, throughout the storm, and let's make more ingots, as well as maybe one more pickaxe. So, 21. Okay, we need 2,100 units. I don't need the Hellhammer mold anymore. We can delete that. So, if I want 2,100 units, let's grab this crucible, put it in the fire. That's 10 units. $20 units. Let's look at the alloy calculator. Uh, 18 copper and 2 cassiterite. Alright, that should be the exact measurement for 2,100 units of tin bronze. We're gonna preheat with peat and then put some coal in there. Oh, hello there. Fucking, by the way, let's make more armor. Yeah, I need to replace my bearskin chest piece, because right now it's fucking grimy and shattered, like completely broken pretty much. Yeah, we'll make a black bear armor, because it's less impactful to our mobility. All right. Grab the bones and the rope. Got it. We can't refund that at all, so we'll delete it. Let's swap out our helmet now. Yeah, the brown bear stuff slows you down more than the black bear stuff does. Oh shit. Let's put the coal in there. Kind of forgot for a bit, but that's okay. All right. I think I'll make Black Bear leg armor too, maybe. I don't know. I'm ambivalent about it. Like, we could min-max our mobility if I took off the brown bear hide stuff, right? And we've had no shortage of bears in the countryside around here. But we'll hold off for now. Yeah, let's deposit. Okay, fuck it. No, I'm just gonna go all the way. Let's make brown or black bear hide armor. Like a full set. And then separate those. Wait, we need the boots. Which... Okay. Got it. We now have a full suit of fresh black bear hide armor. It has less durability than the brown bear hide stuff, but that's okay. And then we have a decorative set of armor right here that we can wear on a, like a dummy. Have like a little mannequin. I'm gonna make a bunch of ropes since we're swimming in cattails anyway. And then... Alright. We have an entire suit of bear armor for like an armor stand later. Yeah, deposit those. Yeah, we have considerably greater mobility now. It doesn't seem like much, but if you're wearing full brown bear hide armor, I would have 106% walking speed. Now I have 109, and that 3% makes all the difference against things like shivers and brown bears. It really does. Yeah, once our flax is grown, we'll be all right, buddy. We can get those windmills going. We have the skeletal structure already done. I'm just gonna need a little bit more granite to make the floor that the windmills are gonna sit on. Easy enough. We have a lot of, look at that. That's all bountiful hematite right there. It's all bountiful quantities. Fucking crazy, dude. $40 iron blooms per stack. Oh wait, 40 units of iron bloom? I don't know. I don't know what that converts to, but may as well do something. Let's grind this lime. Oh yeah, a lot of things are changing. A lot of things indeed. Bears and wolves now are gonna have audible footsteps. Fish run away really fast when you try to kill them with melee, so fishing them with the rod is pretty much the only option. Piranhas have been added to the game, so now you might actually get eaten alive and killed if you're swimming across a body of water recklessly. There's a lot of new smithing mechanics, like with quenching and stuff. Yeah, we'll have more options there. Possibly better fuel efficiency with coal using the bellows. There's new cabinets that you can make, like kitchen cupboards and stuff. Open ones and ones with opening glass doors. There's now rapids, which you can actually use water wheels to get mechanical power rather than just using windmills. There's also a mega-sized windmill now, and windmills have turbulence, which means that if you have a bunch of windmills close to each other, like I usually do, they're not going to work very well. Well, they'll actually have, like, they'll fuck each other up, and you'll lose mechanical power. So I won't be able to do one windmill on each wall anymore, right? I won't be able to do that anymore. I'll have to just have, like, a single giant windmill and maybe some water wheels for extra mechanical power or something. I can have multiple windmills, but the thing is, they have to be 15 blocks apart. So I'd probably try to just do one massive windmill. There is a massive, massive windmill in the game now. Or I could just make my floor, like the top of my windmill could be 15 blocks apart, and I could have a massive one on each side. Like, that would work too. Yeah. Yeah, pigs have a new model. Yeah. New model for the pigs. New creative tools as well. There's like an entity mover type thing. All right, we'll finish doing 50 lime right here, and then I'll check on the smelting, and then maybe we'll grind up some borax. It's going good. Yeah, let's grind up some of the borax here. $30 blocks? I heard it was 15. Yeah. Ooh, okay. Look at that. Oh, that's funny. Due to the turbulence, they had to put him really far away. But apparently, the one big windmill, the 4 large sails, produces the same power as 10 small ones. The sails need to be 30 blocks apart. Oh, this is okay. So large sails need 30 blocks of separation. Small sails need 14 blocks between hubs. So it depends on what you're using. So we're both right. Yeah. Alrighty, fair enough. Yeah, it looks like it's different values for the small and large windmills. Now, are there still monsters out there? Like, am I good to leave the house? Not exactly. God, Nightmare Boathorns hit pretty fucking hard. Well, they hit with the strength of a bear, apparently. Yeah, I calculated it once. That was a bear strength hit. Oh my god! Yo, that one hit devastated my brand new chest piece. That's insane. Holy shit, dude. It's like devastated now. It's just gone. Okay, let's... We'll let one more coal light itself and then... Actually, we can take that out. Yeah, we're good. At least I have another replacement chest piece, but that's insane. That was mint condition just a second ago, and now it's just annihilated. Alright, let's grab the tongs. Yeah, we need that Gambus in armor. So with this acquisition of tin bronze, we can basically start making lanterns anytime. Like, now is the time where we totally can start making a bunch. And once we have the flax harvested, I'll try to make some tailored gambus and armor. We'll try to make our windmills, maybe a sailboat. I don't know if I'm gonna have enough flax for all of that. I usually try to harvest a second full field of flax before winter. And we will be trying to do that here in this playthrough again. Let's heal up. Because I'm fucking half dead because of that Nightmare Boathorn with annihilated armor. Yeah, I wonder that too. I'm kind of disappointed they didn't nerf the speed of brown bears. But I'm definitely just gonna keep on using my mod if they don't, because I think brown bears are significantly overtuned. Okay, these are growth stage 7 of 9. Let's water the crops. That guy can't shoot the broadside of a fucking barn, dude. What a shitty shot. Oh, he's dead now. Oh, he just sealed his own fate. You are fucked. Sure, go in the water. That's super effective, buddy. Let's eat. All right, this field is almost watered. Where's that 79 plant? Looks like I might have missed a row here. Yeah, once I got hit, I stopped watering this row. Fair enough. All right. We have our first 8 out of 9 flax. You just can't leave well enough alone, can you? All right. I need your arrows anyway. I can't even harvest this guy because of the hitboxes of the cattails. So I guess we'll just leave him there. God, it's actually so much easier to water the crops than I thought it was. You can literally just walk across. You don't have to take your time at all. All right. I'm honestly probably not gonna update the Orphan class. Yeah, I haven't seen enough changes to justify it. Like, I think it's fine the way it is, and I think it's gonna work just fine, even with a couple things that change. Yeah. All right. We have to harvest these bees. There's one more that isn't ready. Let's just nap for a few hours. All right, all of our tin bronze is now done. We're just gonna sleep until that honey becomes harvestable. Even if it means sleeping like a full 7 hours, I'm cool with it. We gotta go get our other veggie stew now. Got it. This one still can't be harvested. I don't like that. Yeah, we're getting random ass ones that just don't synchronize with the rest. Hopefully it finishes by the time I harvest these. Oh, yeah, no, we're still waiting on it. Well, we'll see. We'll see if I have to change it. For a long time, the melee and ranged debuffs weren't even working. It was probably around 2 months, like 2 months ago. I found out that the way I had written the code was wrong, so it said that it was reducing the melee and the ranged, but it actually wasn't. Yeah, it got fixed right away. Like, it wasn't that way for long, but... All right, the other one is now ready. All right. The onions are done. We can harvest those. They're not all done. But a lot of them are. The parsnips are almost done. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, man, but I'm not having any crops take heat damage, like, at all. Like, just none of them are taking any heat damage. It's fucking August, bro. Like, and we've, you know, I feel like we were probably definitely exceeding the temperature threshold, so I don't know what's up. Either way, it doesn't matter. Even if you get stunted crops, you still end up in a position where you have more food than you know what to do with anyway. It is irrelevant in the grand scheme. Okay. 5, 3, 4, Z, X, C, V, B. Let's grab all this. All right. 20 tin bronze. We can make another pickaxe. We can plant more onions right here now. Maybe I'm like, you know what? Maybe I'm more south. Do you guys think it could be because I'm more south? Or no, more north? Where did I spawn? I first spawned into the game right there, I think. Like right here, and then I traveled all the way up here, so I don't know. Maybe there's like a... Maybe I'm in a different climate where it's not 27 degrees long enough to damage the crops, but I really have no idea, right? Anyway, we are gonna need some more granite, so we are gonna have to mine more. I'm gonna have to keep this sword on me until my current one breaks. Five servings of hefty stew. They're changing tons of items, huh? Shit. Yeah, well, if I have to change the mod, I will. I'll ask for help. And try to figure it out to the best of my ability. Besides, I'd imagine that JSON tool will still work. All right, we're gonna need to get more granite in order to finish the windmill. So we're gonna go back to that mine that we marked as check this mine. I have like 4 or 5 servings of meal left. I have 2 pickaxes. Yeah, we gotta go over here, I think. This is the mine that I wanted to check more of. No, that's our iron mine. Where's the mine that I want to check? Over there. Got more berries to tide us over. Okay. Let's go. We got to get some readings down here. In the area where we had originally found that copper. We are quite deep down here, though. We won't really be safe. Native copper 14 blocks away. I don't really care about getting more copper in here, though. We have a lot of copper right now, you know? Bismuth. All right. Well, I don't see any cassiterite or anything. Maybe we'll just start a new mine shaft from this point. All right, get rid of that waypoint. All right, put the water there. Native copper is apparently 56 blocks away from here. Seems a little far. We have olivine here. I do need olivine still. We're nowhere near native copper, but I'm thinking we try to track down that olivine and get a bunch of it. So, previous reading of olivine is 32. We're looking to get closer than 32. I'm gonna grab this lead ore while we're here. Eventually, I will need it for certain things. Well, maybe. As far as I know, the only thing I needed lead for was, like, I needed solder for, like, a boiler and condenser. I may not even make those, to tell you the truth, but... I just find that honey sulfur bandages are good enough, you know? But I'll still grab this for what it's worth. It's rich lead, and a little bit goes a long way. Maybe I could even make the leaded glass windows or something. There's even borax connected to this. But we have enough borax for now. You really don't need borax for much, honestly. It's you use it to make the anvil, and there's like a couple niche uses. Okay, let's keep digging down, seeking out the olivine. 25, oh my god, blocks away. "22 blocks away. "26. "26 again. "23. So we're actually getting further away from the olivine, and unfortunately it looks like, oh, it's down there. Oh, shit, I can actually see it, but it's in a dangerous location. Oh god. Holy shit, there's a nest. Olivine, 21 blocks away. Oh my fucking god, screw that. Dude, that's a massive chasm down there. This is dangerous. Holy shit. "26 blocks away. Yeah, we only get closer when we go over here toward the fucking death place. Not much liking that. The whole prospect of that. Fuck. Yeah, situations like this threaten your fucking life. Olivine, 26 blocks away. Olivine, 14. So we're getting closer when we go this way. "10. "9. So most likely we gotta go lower now. 13. No, we may actually have to go higher than this. Okay, let's grab our support beams. Eight. Seven over there, 8 up there, 10 over here, 9 here. So it's gonna be over there some direction, like over here to some extent, and probably up. So I have to start kind of building a little staircase here. Olivine 3 blocks away, apparently. Still 3 blocks away, so we're gonna assume it's higher than us. Oh yeah, 1 block away. There it is. There's water here. Big pool of it. Close that up. Yeah, we do need olivine. We do. I just have to try to make sure I don't get lost in here. Hang on. Holy shit, dude. Yeah, this is a sus place to be. I can't even get down there. All right, yeah, let's get some air. I'm gonna close this up. At least we finally found it. All right. Yeah, we need a lot of structural support here to hold up this ceiling while I harvest it. I gotta seal off the flow of the water. I'm almost out of blocks. Okay. God, I hate it when it's around water like this. Makes it so hard to gather. Anyway, as long as I can still find my way out, we're good. Oh God. Hang on. Alright. Still got the way out. Holy shit. I feel like this is the most dangerous olivine vein I could have found. Put this right here. And then that. I still have my exit secured. That's gravel. Water's gonna pour in if I collect that. God, water's pouring in from everywhere. Oof. Okay. Oof. When pulverized, turns into crushed olivine. These crystals are kind of inefficient, aren't they? Space-wise, but if we can use them, then I'll consider keeping them. Well, I'm pretty much all out of blocks. So I can't control the water anymore. Let's eat. Make one of those. Fuck, this is kind of hard. There. Let's take a look here, see what I can see. This is really sus. Yeah, I think I'm done harvesting olivine here. Let's GT the FO. Holy shit. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm getting out of here. Screw that. Up here. Okay. I could grab up some of this borax. Borax is most useful for making leather, I find. You can either grind up 50 limestone or you can grind up 10 borax to make a barrel of the lime water, right? There's a clear labor benefit to using borax instead of limestone. Doesn't matter once you have a windmill, but until you have that windmill, it matters a whole bunch. Alright. Get rid of the gravel and the sand, as well as the other gravel. Don't need this fence. Alright, let's go. Alright. Let's heal up. And I'm probably going to need more food at this point. I have 2 servings of veggie stew left, but we have some cranberries over here. Native copper's 51 blocks away from here. Doesn't seem too convenient, nor does that cassiterite reading. Let's grab these berries, extend our food supply for the time being. Eat the stew. I have one more serving of veggie stew. But we have 41 cranberries, which won't last long, but it will last a bit. Oh, way more cranberries. Okay, we're good for a bit. Okay. Native copper is 26 blocks away from here. $19 away from this location. $21. And 21. So most likely it's going to be directly below right here. Let's go grab some water and let's go seek it out. $14 blocks away. It was 14 previously, it's 15 now. So most likely we've gone too low. We're gonna want to assume it's lateral to this location somewhere. $16 blocks away. $15. That's weird. 16 and 15, and then it gets further when I go down. Is it up? No, that wouldn't make sense. Unless there's two veins, then it would make sense. 10 blocks away. Okay, well, we're going over here first. Actually, that would make sense. Yeah. It formed a triangle. That's why we got two of the same reading. The base of the triangle, both sides of it, were where we got the readings, and the tip of the triangle is where the copper is. Alright. We're coming up on more copper. Copper. Fucking coffer. What a guy. No worries, Chris. No worries. Native copper is 1 block away. We need all this granite anyway, so it's good that we're getting it. Alright, here we go. It's poor quality copper, but we'll be able to finish building the windmill right as soon as we get all of this copper. And, sorry, all of this granite. And we'll be able to make a lot of extra stuff. Like a lot of extra lanterns. And I need to make the copper chute for the pulverizer and stuff, but that can happen later. Primarily, we just want some granite, like an excuse to mine some granite so that I can finish building the roof of my windmill and place the windmills as soon as we've harvested our flax. Which we now pretty much can. Okay. Let's eat our last serving of veggie stew here. I haven't even had to use the query mod yet, but that's going to be more important later, for sure. I find that query work is like the hardest work that you have to do. You know, it doesn't feel as exciting as mining ore, because let's face it, you're just digging up stone so that you can use the plugs and get more stone, right? So it kind of lacks that ore-based dopamine rush. It's a very grindy task for base building, but I guess that's what works so well about it, right? It's kind of like the stone version of cutting down a bunch of trees so you get a lot of wood. What the fuck? It's another one of those caves. Oh. Jesus. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna try to just avoid all that. I have only a few more blocks for sealing up that passage. Oof. Well, I guess if they can't see me, they're not likely to come and attack me. Ain't that the truth, Butter? Ain't that the truth? Man, when I was a kid, I remember I have this memory. For dinner one night, my dad made like these really good French fries. They were like crispy and well seasoned, and I really liked them. So I wanted to make sure I could eat more of them later. So I grabbed a bunch of fries and I put them inside like a little aluminum car thing that I'm pretty sure like car-shaped chocolates came in this container. So it was just like a large aluminum car with a little bit of paint on it, right? And it was hollowed out for storing something in it. So I put a bunch of fries in it. And I left it there for so long that eventually my brother opened it one day. And he was like, oh my God, what the fuck is this? And there was just like a whole bunch of moldy ass fries in there. I was like growing my own penicillin, like, yeah. Ah. Jesus. I might want to spawn proof here. If that happened once, it could happen plenty more. Yeah, let's just... Oh my God. Fuck. Oh, Jesus, I hate this. Okay. Put a fence right there. We're gonna make a couple more fences so I can bar their entry into this area. It's better than letting them in, you know? So I think now they can't get in here from out there. I need to eat and I need to heal. Big time. Yeah, when I was a kid, I had a really bad habit of, like, if I didn't know what to do with something, I would just throw it in my closet. And I eventually had this big ass pile, like this massive pile of random shit in my closet. And I remember my dad, like, he made me spend like 8 hours, like a full work day, cleaning it up and sorting it. And I'm honestly really grateful he did that. I hated him for it at the time. But that kind of taught me to just keep my space clean so that I don't have to bend over backwards trying to fix the dirtiness of it later. I remember just sitting there in front of the heap in the closet, feeling like the task was insurmountable and I'd never get it done. But when I did get it done, I loved how clean my closet was. And I've never forgotten that feeling of, like, for the first time in my life, I had cleaned a big mess, undone something I was doing wrong for a long time, and I got to see the results of having a space that was taken care of. Like, it seems so simple, but I feel like a lot of adults, they completely miss that level of, like, education. Like my sister, for example, complete slob, dude. Complete slob. I haven't seen her for a while. Probably going to be many years before I do again, but she lived with us in Nova Scotia for a time, and her room was always a pigsty. Like, there was always clothing on the floor, massive piles of clothing on the floor, right? And she was one of those people where when she blew through the house, she would just leave little messes all over the place, right? That's the thing. Like, in my family, my stepdad has a reputation of being a dick, but I'm honestly so glad sometimes that he was a dick, because I feel like so many of my good habits, so many, like my capacity to take care of myself, my capacity to be attentive, even perhaps a lot of my more disciplined habits like fasting and stuff, it was kind of born of the perspective that he instilled in me. He was harsh, but I feel like that's why I turned out as well as I did. All right, we got a lot of granite and we got a lot of copper. Now we have to get out of here. The way out is over here, I think. Shit, I have no idea where the way out is. Well, hopefully I can find it. Oh, there it is. All right. That still goes down even further. Like, I'll take a look. Native copper 12 blocks away from here, apparently. Maybe we'll try to find it. "13 blocks away." 9 blocks. Yeah, we need more granite anyway, so I am totally cool with more mining here. But this pickaxe is almost broken. 7 blocks away over there. It's either going to be above me or below me at this point. So let's get a reading right here, going down by like 3 blocks. Six blocks away. What? Ah, okay, there it is. Let's fill that in. I guess I kind of can't, can I? There's no way that's it. What? Native copper 2 blocks away. I found 1 block of native copper. I'm like, what the hell? You know? Alright, there's more. It's rich native copper this time, at least. Let's get rid of that. Well, we're gonna store the chert stone here, and then I'll take it out later. As long as I don't delete anything else, it should work just fine. I do have that chest on my back, too. I could just use that. All right, let's eat. All right, I think that'll do. I don't suppose I could find more cassiterite around here. No. There is more copper right here, though, funnily enough. That was a great place to try to get a reading. Alright, it's been a highly lucrative trip. It is time for us to get out of here. This does just go lower and lower. Oh my god, there's more copper right here. Just sitting there. Anyway, our pickaxe is almost broken. We're gonna have to get out of here. How many more rocks am I able to break before the pickaxe is broken? 25. All right, there we go. There is more copper down here, and I will mark the entrance so that we know that. Alright. Down for copper. Alright, let's head home. We got a bunch of olivine, copper, granite for continuing to finish our windmill. Now, I basically just need to focus on hunting a lot of animals, getting more fat. It really just comes down to the animals now. We're gonna need a lot more fat than we currently have. On the upside, we already have 78 resin, so I don't need to worry about resin. We'll have all the resin we need. And even though we completed harvesting the bountiful hematite mine, we did find a medium quality hematite mine to replace it. Eight out of 9 spelt, 8 out of 9 rye, which still, suspiciously enough, is not heat damaged yet. The goats have not given birth. The flax is at 8 out of 9, with roughly 3 more days to go before it's grown. Alright. Now this is gonna suck. All of these olivine crystals, they don't stack. Right? So they're a very inefficient thing to have. We're gonna have a chest entirely for these, pretty much. if we want to hang on to them. Hardly seems worth it, doesn't it? But we can also use them as decorations, I suppose, so we'll just stick this over here, put those crystals in, and olivine goes in here with the other stuff that we're going to be using for steel making. All right. Oof. Well, there goes our other hammer. We have one more. And a lot of ore to show for it, which is good. Got more borax. Store that in here. Well, it's time we made more food, but let's go harvest the onions out here first. The parsnips are still growing, not quite ready for harvest yet. Some of them are, but there's enough of them that aren't grown to the extent where I don't want to harvest them. Otherwise, I might break perfectly good ones. Yeah, I don't know what's up with this at all. I have no idea why those crops aren't becoming weather damaged. It's very odd behavior, and I haven't seen it in my 30 playthroughs. Not once have I seen something like that. Very, very odd indeed. All right. So guys, we got three choices: turnip stew, or turnip stew. What do you guys feel like, huh? I personally am leaning more toward the turnip stew. Okay. Anyway, I no longer have any pickaxes. Let's craft more cobblestone blocks. And then maybe work on the rest of the platform for the windmill. Okay. We have a lot of granite cobblestone now, and the meals are cooking. I don't exactly want to work on that stuff in the dark, though. The top of the windmill, right? It would be very dangerous to do. Anyway, we still have a couple of 7 out of 9 flaxes in here. Let's water them, though. Alright, let's go get some turnip stew. It'll go well with our other turnip stew. That's a complete meal right there. A whole entire trash bag of trash from your kid's room? Yeah, that sounds like a lore accurate interpretation of my room when I was a kid. All right. All right, let's just get a little bit of sleep until morning. I need daylight to work on the top of the windmill. All right. Okay, I think that'll do. I need to make a new pickaxe soon. But we do have the platform ready, more or less. I think I'll make one new pickaxe and one new pro pick. We don't need much. Like, I'm gonna have iron soon. I do need to go hunting, though. Yeah, let's start going hunting right now. I guess, for what it's worth, since I already put that stuff in there, I will produce something out of these 2 tin bronze ingots. Whether that's, you know, a pickaxe and a pro pick, or 2 pickaxes. All right, there we go. We'll put our spare pro pick right here for the time being. The hammer goes right there with the tongs. Pro pick right here. Yeah. All right, I gotta take a piss. I had no idea their room was trashed as bad as it was. Oof, I don't envy you, buddy. Because now, you're gonna have to spend a few weeks being stern disciplinarian dad, right? You don't want them to grow up keeping dirty living spaces, right? You have to teach them how to keep a space clean. And speaking from experience as a kid who was very resistant to that education, you're not gonna have fun. They're gonna hate you, but they'll thank you when they're older. 100% they will. It's a good thing to be hard on your kids about keeping a space clean. You can tell so much about a person by how clean they keep a living space. Like, truly, you know? All right. These are almost fully grown and ready for harvest. All right, we have 4 servings. I'm just gonna go ahead and bring that second. You know what? If I'm traveling around hunting animals anyway, then I don't need 2 cooking pots. Not really. Like, we're gonna find berries. So let's just get hunting. We got a lot of animals that we have to kill, a lot of fat that we need to collect. It gets harder to get that stuff in fall because I think the animal creature weight goes down. Makes it more difficult to get what you need, fat-wise. All right, let's eat. They're 2 and 4. They're true. They are actually probably too young to absorb the clean living space stuff. I guess for right now, it's just about damage control, and then once they're old enough to conceptualize the importance of the lesson, that's when you do the clean space parenting stuff. Yeah, if they're 2 and 4, then like, there's no way. No way. It's like way too young to learn important lessons. Other than like, don't poop yourself. Even don't poop yourself takes a lot of convincing for a kid, right? For a kid that young, so it's like, clean your room comes later. Yeah, there's a bunch of berries here. I'm not even gonna have to eat my veggie stew for a while. Look at all these. I probably shouldn't gather every single berry for the whole hunting trip, but I stockpiled some so far, which can last a good long time. Fucking leaving the house to hunt a bunch of fat, and I just end up getting a shitload of berries. What are we doing? Yo, at least the potty training is happening. I've seen 6-year-old kids wearing diapers before, dude. Like, parenting is cooked these days. If your kid's still wearing diapers at 6, then we'll have a problem, like a big problem. Apparently there's actually like this, it's kind of like an observable cultural phenomenon where tablet kids have a hard time with potty training. And they're more likely to have stunted development. Like not just physically, but like neurologically stunted development. Jeez, we have way too many berries. Yeah, I'm gonna stop gathering berries. We just don't need that much. Let's start eating these while I seek out animals to hunt. It is noon. Any animal that can potentially yield me a fat is worth taking out. So anything from a fox to a raccoon to a deer or a wolf or even a bear. All right. Oh. I could try to get that rabbit. It looks like the coyote has the same idea, the fox over there. I hate hunting rabbits as any class other than the hunter. Like, I just feel like when you don't have the throwing range, right? Like when you don't have that big boost to how far you throw, it just really hurts. It hinders your ability to successfully do it. Got it. I don't know how I got that one, but I got it. Right on. Right on. Well, you're doing your kids a world of good if you're not giving them a tablet. Yeah. I think that like a minimum age for owning an electronic device should be like at least 11. Like a kid should have to be 10 or 11 before they get like a gaming console or a tablet or anything like that. Like at least 10 or 11. Because so much of that intricate like motor skill social training happens in the years before that. Yeah, that's good, buddy. That's good. Hey, what's this? A caribou. Hell yeah. We're definitely getting fat from that. Well, it's the soft parenting epidemic, right? It's a major problem. Gentle parenting. It's like, no fucking way. Yeah, gentle parenting is the most toxic shit I've ever heard. If you don't enforce boundaries for your kids, then they will decide what the boundaries are. And that, oh god, that goes to their heads so fast. It's a good way to ruin them for life. I remember my my sister did this thing where she would offer her daughter like a choice of like, what do you want to eat, this or this? It's a nice experimental thing in practice, but there's a reason why when you go to prison, choice is taken away. It's because people with less to think about are less likely to, like, how do I want to word this? Choice can be paralyzing, and I think that a lot of a kid's security comes from somebody making choices for them, right? Eventually they have to learn how to make choices, yes, but if you have like a 4 to 6 year old kid and you're asking them what they want for dinner, like, you save yourself the and just fucking choose for them, you know? I can't imagine having a young kid myself. I don't, mind you, but I can't imagine having one and giving them choices. Because I feel like what kids need is firm structure, right? They need rigidity. They need like routine. They need someone to make rules for them. It just makes sense. But I mean that, you know, unfortunately, my sister was one of those, like, I don't need no man type of women, right? And she kind of subjected her daughter to fatherlessness. It's rough. It is what it is. A lot of women make that mistake these days. I don't know where the hell that caribou went. He's down there somewhere, I'll bet, but I see drifters, but no caribou. Oh, God. Deep drifter. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to just leave that caribou behind. It's always shitty luck when they end up, you know, going into a cave system, but it is what it is. Yeah, when you give kids too many choices, you're setting them up for failure. Like, I feel like the fatherly energy of this is what we're having for dinner, and if you don't eat it, you're gonna sit at the table until your plate's clean. Like, that, kids need that energy. They really do, and it sucks that it's been demonized as much as it has lately. Can't believe I've only gotten 2 fat, and both of them are from the same animal. Okay. I need to find like a shitload of wolves or something. Well, straight up, yeah. That regimented lifestyles are good for kids. And I think that that's why the single parenting, the single mom epidemic is such a bad thing, because women are too agreeable. They're high in trait agreeableness, which means that they're not likely to give kids the boundaries that make them grow well, you know? And that's how you end up with kids who have like crazy high anxiety and stuff. Boundaries make people feel safe. Rigid structure makes people feel safe. Not really seeing many animals around here. I guess we'll just go north. But it's been 5 in-game hours and I have 3 lumps of fat. It's painful, buddy. No way. Oh, that was a sick shot. I'll always be of the opinion that even a bad father will be a critically important part of the home. A lot of people think that that's a hot take. I've received flack for it before, but I think that a bad father is better than no father at all. Like, straight up, I do. I would stand by that. I would debate that 6 ways from Sunday. There's a fallow deer down there. It looks like it's going into the water, though. I really wish animals didn't do that. Well, it's got antlers, so it's a male deer. If I hit it, then it might choose to turn around and attack me. Yeah, it is. Alright, now we gotta try to finish it off before it goes in the water and becomes completely unobtainable. Son of a bitch. It is dangerously close to going in the water. Let's eat. Yeah! What a throw. All right. All right, we have 5 fat now. It is getting dark. Admittedly, it's more dark in the rain. Maybe I can still spend a little bit of time out here trying to get more fat. Family of chickens. Oh! Oh, buddy, not a good place to jump. All right. All right, my knife is officially busted. I'll have to make a new one, but let's go home. I will try to make another, I guess. But I need flint. I'm gonna leave the oil lamp right here so I don't lose where that raccoon is, and then we're gonna take our torches and seek out flint so I can make another knife. I don't think I can make a bauxite knife. I think that stone type is too soft. All right, there we go. Okay. Well, we managed to get 5 pieces of fat. It's not bad. I mean, that's another 10 axles, right? But we are going to need a lot more than that. God, I need 2 large gear wheels and a shitload of axles. We need a lot more fat than we currently have. A lot more than we're currently getting. Let's go switch over the hides. I'd imagine it's totally time to do that. Yep. All right, final batch of leather is coming in. We have 21 lumps of fat. Oh God, I need 25 just for like bringing it down from the top. That's crazy. Yeah, we need a lot more fat. We're not even close. All right. I'm going to store these in here. All right, the bees are becoming harvestable. I think the parsnips might be fully ready for harvest, so let's grab them. I only harvested one accidental 7 out of 8 parsnip, so we got the vast majority of the harvest. Okay. Those are pea crops? Yeah, I don't know what's up with it. No weather damage at all. None. All right. We'll be able to milk that goat soon enough. We'll get our protein nutrition increased. Grain will follow. We're about to harvest our spelt and rye very soon. Anyway, pretty much all we have to do is sleep until the morning, and then go out there and hunt again. That's it, right? Anyway, let's grab these black currant berries, fresh for 1 day, and we'll also take this half stack of cranberries and 1 bowl of that. I'll eat this. Tell you the truth, I could have got iron much sooner if I was willing. Like, I could have made... What month is it now? September? I probably could have made iron in July, but I want to make sure I have my health hammers for it, right? Doing iron without health hammers is very tediously punishing. Alright, we need to pick new hunting grounds. Honestly, we don't have good hunting grounds around here. We're gonna want to go up there to that forest, I'd imagine. So we're gonna sail up there with the raft. And I need to leave behind this cobblestone. And make more rammed earth. I really don't have that much more dirt. All right, let's go. Hopefully we can get some good hunting done over here. It's a largely untouched hunting ground for us. Hopefully we can get like 10 fat today. We need a lot. Honestly, 10 would barely put a dent in what we need. We have 21. It's gonna take at least 25 fat just to bring the mechanical power down to our workshop, right? We need so much fat, dude. So much. We're gonna need at least like 40 for the whole, at least 40 for the whole setup. We do have 238 watching. It's the sleeper algorithm. I love it, dude. It pays my bills. YouTube just keeps putting sleepers in here. Fucking love it, buddy. Damn straight. I'm grateful for it. Activating sleeper cells. Let's hope we can find a lot of prey here. I mean, there's a shitload of woods. It's just, it's on very hilly terrain, a lot of it, which will make it hard to explore it. Anyway, let's mark the raft right here. Oh, and let's leave behind the ore. There goes nothing. Yeah, the axle requires fat. What about the large gear wheel? Actually, that doesn't require any fat. Beautiful, that's just a resin check. So, what about, what the hell's it called? Yeah, the windmill rotor. That requires fat. I'm gonna need 4 of those. And gears also require fat. Yeah, we at least want like 45 fat. At least. And we have 21. There's one. Right on. The day is already ours. Look at that. Okay. These woods seem drier than a nun's cooch. I've only found a single fox. Maybe that's the master secret. Maybe nuns don't have dry cooches because they suppress their sexual desires, so they're actually the most horny women in the world, right? Why am I thinking so deeply about why wouldn't you think deeply about that? I feel like that's the thing that you think about, right? Otherwise, we're wasting our capacity for critical thought. Like, are nuns more horny or less horny than other women? I'm leaning toward more horny because they repress their desires, right? Nice, we got another fat. Well, that's what I'm thinking, Butter. I have another theory about that too, where one, they use sleepers, right? And on top of that, what if they actually think about it, right? Google owns YouTube. Google also owns an AI. So maybe Google had an AI make like 1,000, well, let's say 1 million fake accounts, right? There's 1 million fake AI accounts. And YouTube puts those into streams so that they get paid by advertisers, right? Because a fake view is still a watched ad, right? So imagine that they have AI, like, mass directing millions of fake accounts into streams so that YouTube makes more from advertisers. That's what I would do. If I owned YouTube and AI, then I would use AI to inflate streams with views so that I got paid more from advertisers. Just makes sense. Yeah. I certainly won't complain with it. I love that business model because I'm benefiting from it hard, bro. All right. Now, there were a couple of rabbits back there, but rabbits are harder to kill. I need to nail them with the spear throw. It only takes one throw with the tin bronze spear, but it's actually hitting them that's the hard part. I'm not exactly playing as a hunter, so I have reduced projectile, like, throw distance, right? Exactly, right? Like, why not do that? Although, let's hope that if they are doing it, they never get caught by the advertisers. Because that's my cash cow too, not just YouTube's. Shit. See, that's what sucks. I need, like, more spears so that I can adjust after missing a rabbit. Oh, come on. Look at that. Are you fucking serious, dude? No fucking way. I'm gonna fucking console command myself in a dead rabbit. Fucking fix that shit. All right, I can't even see. Yeah, that rabbit's totally lost. I'm not gonna waste time trying to get one rabbit who doesn't want to be killed. Let's go look elsewhere. I'm hoping I can find, like, a shitload of wolves. You know, like 5 wolves in one place. Each one gives me a piece of fat. Some of them give me 2. Like, let's go. There was a deer right here, wasn't there? Yeah, right there. Okay. Got it. There's a fox over there too. We'll try to go get it. Too fat. Oh, beautiful. That's what you hope for. Another fox over there. Open the gates. Make me a millionaire, YouTube. It's what Malak wants. That's right. All right. 5 fat so far, which isn't bad. 2 p.m. in game. Hello there. Yes. Well, he instigated, we instigated his aggression. We got a couple of free hits on it. Now I have to try to finish it off with a spear throw. One more. But that could be like too fat right there. Anyway, we're getting massive performance hits because I'm near a forest. I never did find a way to fix that. Alright, we got one fat. Let's heal up. Oh shit, a medium temporal storm is approaching. Well, that certainly threatens to cut short my hunting trip. I think I just found out what was wrong with the forests. It's shadows. Yeah, it's shadows. I just turned off the shadows and I'm no longer getting any micro lags at all. All right, let's eat. It's literally the shadows. That's what causes the lags. If you turn off shadows, it stops. Can't believe it, buddy. That's what it was this whole time. All right, let's harvest the black bear. So if you're ever walking through a forest and you're getting really poor performance drops, then just turn off shadows while you're in the forest and it pretty much fixes. Oh, hell yeah. All right, time to start heading back. I'll try to cut through the woods on the way back, see if I can find any more prey. Turn them off. Yeah, I had my shadows set to low, and when I turned them completely off, that's when the lags, like the constant lag, stopped. I still get the occasional stutter here and there, but it's nothing compared to before when running through the forest. Yeah, I completely turned my shadows off, and now it's just like, you know, I'm running through the woods. I have a nearly stable frame rate with the rare stutter. And I have waving foliage turned off too. Anyway, we're pretty close to home from here, so let's just look for goats or something. Bighorn goats don't even try to run away from you. They're such an easy kill. That Valais goat will try to run away. If it's a male, I might be able to instigate its aggression. There's a brown bear up there, but I don't really want to fight it on gravel. I think I'm slower on gravel. Can't confirm it, but I think so. Oh, there's 2 brown bears, isn't there? No? I have one more bandage. Let's use it. Alright, we got that. I have 3.5 hours before the Temporal Storm hits. Got another fat. Grab the bones. Let's eat. The Valais goat. The weakened one. I think this is it right here. Nice. I'm pretty damaged though. Our health isn't looking too good. And it's getting late. But without shadows turned on, it's not as dark as it could be, you know? Right? Got that one. It's about damn time. All right. I think I might have enough time to go home, but I'm really not that sure. We'd have to take the raft if we did. Honestly, I have my doubts. I think I'll just keep on hunting and then we'll hole up underground for the Temporal Storm. I don't think I can get that one comfortably. I need to make more bandages for sure, so let's grab some of these. Get rid of that. I need 4 cattails. Over here. All right. We have an hour before that storm hits. And I'm getting my health back. I do not believe it's safe to use a raft during a temporal storm because I'm pretty sure that creatures do spawn in the water and they will come hunt you down. But we've gotten 10 fat from this hunting trip so far, so it has been more than worth it. We gotta take cover for the night though, for the storm. Kinda hoping to get out of this negative stability hotspot though. Yeah, right here. This'll do. Okay. We might be all right in here. I can't imagine something would spawn in here, because I have the blocks like filled. There's a torch right there. There's the oil lamp right here, right? If we do get a nightmare Botorn spawning in here, we'll probably die, but it is what it is. I can't account for jank. Yeah, 10 lumps of fat is a very good yield. We have like 31 in total now, with about 80 resin. Let's turn our shadows back on to low quality. Yeah, nothing can spawn in here. This is only a medium storm, so it won't last long. I'm gonna have to make more crocs soon. Stockpile a bunch of meat meals. God, so many of these guys online have the complete wrong idea about mixing. They have the complete wrong idea. The investment that you have to make to mix the weed is what makes it not worth it, right? Mixing is not about profit, because a customer with $200 is either going to buy $200 of OG Kush raw or $200 of mixed OG Kush. They're not going to have more money for you just because you mixed it. The benefit to mixing is that it increases the addictiveness of customers, right? So there's like meta mixes. That's why I always do the chili peppers and green crack, because you get that 100% addictiveness. That is what's going to give your customers more money the more addicted they get. They're going to contact you more times per week, right? Yeah, a lot of people, they mistakenly play Schedule 1 thinking that mixing is going to make you more money. No, your upfront cost is going to be greater and it's going to eat into your profits, but there's like side benefits to mixing. Yeah. The one exception, I think, is that $999 Coke that you can make. If you're making that, then it's pretty much worth every step. Yeah. Because at that point, you're getting like $1,200 per customer per day. Man, Seven Sky, I know, I want to. I'm gonna play it tomorrow, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I really want to play more Schedule 1, dude. I'm fiending that game like a drug. I just hope I can get better at it and avoid getting arrested or killed. It's dangerous, dude. That game is... You're really squishy in that game, and I wish that there was like a body armor or something that you could wear. Oh. Anyway, I'm gonna be popping off of here soon. But the next episode where we play Schedule 1... The next episode where we play Vintage Story, we're gonna be building our windmill and harvesting our crops. All of our grain's gonna be done. All of our... Like, our windmill's gonna be produced and generating mechanical power. We'll be able to start building the workshop, processing iron. So our next episode's gonna be a pretty big one. A pretty big one indeed. You can't escape cops by climbing stuff anymore. Cops can climb ladders now. And they can walk up the ramp at the parking area. Cops are better now. If you haven't played Schedule 1 for a long time, it's very different now. The cops are actually really dangerous. They actually flank you. They predict where you're running and they try to intercept you now. And they see you faster past curfew. Oh my god. Just kill him and don't worry about him. Just whack one, go to top of parking garage, wait for wanted to remove, run down and walk the same one in street, and then walk the other 2 times, and of course take the wrong version of their guns. Holy shit, we're cooked, boys. We're cooked. Humanity is cooked. That guy's information is old, outdated. Cops can actually run up there now. Yeah, they can run up to the parking garage, they can climb up ladders, like... Are there any new updates for the games that I like playing? Not that I can see, no. Come on, let me out of here. I want the storm to be over so I can go. Let's look up the bear armor. All right, the storm is waning. Okay, the storm is over. It's 4 in the morning. And I don't like any of those noises out there, so we're gonna try to wait until those monsters have despawned. I'm feeling hardcore dopamine motivation to go make dinner. Yeah, I want to log off. Man, come on. I need these guys to despawn so I can get the hell out of here, but currently they're not. They're supposed to. Son of a bitch. Fucking sitting here with overtime, right? I hate this, dude. Like, I actually hate this. Those guys could be really fucking strong up there. I have no way of knowing how strong they are. And they won't despawn. Wait, I have an idea. Save and leave world. Log back in. No, I mean, the monsters spawned in a temporal storm are supposed to despawn when it's over, so I'm trying to make sure there's nothing crazy up there. Looks like we still got company, though. Fuck me. Yeah, you fucking see that? Corrupt drifter just chilling. Fucking insane. All right. Well, let's get out of here. Have I ever played Vane? I played it for like 10 minutes. Yeah, I got bored of it really quickly. I've never played it for the channel, but oh, our windmill is gonna look terrible, but it's gonna work. It's gonna have function. That's the important thing. It's only gonna look terrible for a little bit. It always looks terrible at first. Let's heal up. The bees are ready for harvest again. We have mature flax in there. Yeah, it's happening, buddy. It's totally happening. By the way, let me check some of the 8 flax. Okay, yeah, growth speed is... Huh. You know what's really crazy? I'm pretty sure that because I've been watering my flax over and over again, think about it, right? How many times have I grown flax on this channel? And how many times has the entirety of growth stage 8 had a 33% grow speed because of depleted nutrients in the soil? I think that because I've been watering it so much over and over and over again, we got to skip that really slow last phase where it's at 33% growth speed. Yeah, these are like growing. They're finishing growing. And they're still at like 58% growth speed, so that's awesome. All right, we need some wax, which means that we're gonna have to juice some honeycombs. Let's put the hides in here. I could start new batches of leather. I sure could. We'll wait a little bit though. All right. Like that. $31 fat. Not bad. And 84 resin. Do I have any more bowls? No, I've used up all of them. So we're just gonna make a bucket for honey production. Or, yeah. I need a rope. Some planks. Okay. I'll go check on the plants soon to see if they're having any heating effect. Have you played Humanity? I have played Humanity. Yeah, I have. I didn't like it very much. It wasn't able to hold my attention very well. I know that 1.0 came out and I haven't played it for a long time. But my standards with games have gotten so high that like a lot of them just don't. Well, to be frank, a lot of games don't meet my standards anymore because of games like Vintage Story and Surround Dead, you know, like, or even 7 Days to Die. Because of games like that, other games, in my mind, struggle to hold a candle to how fun they are, right? All right, we have a crock of meat stew now sealed. Protein nutrition is maxed out. Let's deposit the beeswax for now. I can make 2 more servings of hefty stew. And let's go harvest the bees. It's kind of like, you understand, eh? It's like the forest. It's like the forest. I remember there was a time where the forest was like all I played, right? Or Stranded Deep. Just a bunch of games from the past where it's like they were groundbreaking at the time, and they captured my attention at the time. Green Hell's another really good example. Same with, you know, Raft. Several different survival games where now they haven't held up well. And every time I play Vintage Story, it spoils me a little bit more, right? Vintage Story really raised that bar. There's something about moving the voxels around, like smithing your own tool, like actually doing the smithing, swinging the hammer, making the metal molten, quenching it, like all of these different things. It's like once you've done that, other games just, it's like you open a crafting menu and you wait for a bar to fill up, right? With most games, like that's what crafting is. You just sort of, you open a crafting menu, you select a recipe, and then you wait 5 seconds while a bar fills up, and then you have it. And it's like once you've played Vintage Story, that bar filling up just doesn't seem good enough anymore. We still don't have a baby goat yet, but we might soon. No, the rye has no heat damage here. No heat damage whatsoever, dude. That is crazy. Hang on. Users. What's my most recently installed mods? App data, local. Wait, roaming, Vintage Story, data? Well, it would be bird's eye and boat speed. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on. I have nothing new. Nothing really new, you know? Yeah, no idea. Even the turnips, they're just not taking any weather damage. It doesn't make that much of a difference, though. To tell you the truth, even if you get a stunted rye, you still get 75% of the total. Like, you get a lot, you know? It basically turns 12 grain into, like, 9. Yeah, it's a very small difference. All right. I'll keep that meat for now. 43X1CZB. Okay. $135 days sober. Right on, Ray. That's really awesome. Discipline before dishonor, right? shit, I just harvested an incomplete flax. Yeah, don't do that again. All right. $16 linen, normal stitches. So if I want 4 windmills, 4, 8, 12, 16. Honestly, this is enough to get our windmills started right there. Okay, carrots are growing nicely. All right. That's it for now. Can't harvest anymore. And so it begins, the great storage battle of our time. Let's deposit the seeds for now. Close that. All right, we have 48 linen with normal stitches. That's a great start. Yeah. Really, motherfucker? You stroll up into my house and throw a rock through my window? What the hell do you think this is? The Bronx? Get out of here. Alright. Although in the Bronx, they'd shoot a gun through your window, not throw a rock. Which one has 2 servings in it? That one. Yeah, we're gonna finish that. Alright, I'm thinking we sleep and then we harvest these. As many as we can. Unfortunately, some of them are going to take longer than others. There's a big disparity in the growth time with some of them, but that's okay. All right. Now, we need to start crafting our... Well, I shouldn't get carried away, honestly. What I should do is just try to sleep, harvest the crops, replant the crops, as many as I can, and then we'll do our windmill next episode at the very beginning of it. You called me a noob? You called me a noob because I fucking... Oh, because of the flax. Oh, that's funny. Yeah. Shit, I just broke a flax that wasn't fully grown, noob. Oh, man. That reminds me of de facto. Oh my god. He wasted so many resources, dude. Harvested an entire field of incomplete flax. That is rough. All right. Yeah, we need more crocs to be made. All right, I need to go check on the crops, even if it's dark. Yeah, most of these look grown. Nope. It's one of those nights where it says medium rift activity, but it's actually apocalyptic out there. One of those, you know? I really wish I could just sleep again. All right, we have 4 servings of hefty red meat stew ready to be placed into a crock later. Oh, I got you now. Look at you, fucking dying and shit. What a noob. All right. Holy shit. I was just standing in a fucking portal. All right. All right, let's keep on harvesting some of the grain over here. We can replant flax in this field right here. All right, let's eat this meat. No goat milk yet. Okay, all of our edible grain is in here. We got a lot of seeds. All right. Yeah, we have a good amount of flax products right now. So, tailored gamboized armor. That would take 16 linen here. So I can totally do that. Yeah. Okay. And then this is enough linen cloth to reinforce every windmill twice. Yeah, 4 per. 4, 12, 60, yeah. Okay, so we're gonna make armor out of this. It's about time we were wearing something ultra protective. Boom. Okay. Now, tailored gamboized helmet. I need 3 sewing kits. Got him. There's our tailored gamboized helmet, followed by a tailored gamboized chest piece. Beautiful. And lastly, tailored gamboized leggings. Beautiful. That is very powerful armor compared to what we've been dealing with so far. All right. Very nice. We now have considerably greater protection. Let's go to sleep again. Past time. Yeah, buttered toast, bro. Like, straight up. The prophecy is true. Alright, deposit these. I might need the flax seeds now. Yeah, we can harvest the rest of this and rotate our crops. We still have a couple pieces of flax that are not fully grown. All right. Most of these, yeah, these are gonna be done really soon. So let's go over here and let's plant a shitload of flax here. This entire field is good for flax. I'll just get rid of these last 2 plants. I'm not too worried about them. All right, let's eat these before they spoil. Is the activity regional? I don't know what you mean. Oh, do you mean like the crops growing? Like maybe my farm is in a different chunk than my house? And that might be why, I don't know. Yeah, something's fucked up about the heat damage. Okay, there we go. More flax coming in hot. And we can plant more in this field as well, but not much. We have to be very careful where we put it. Jesus. Yeah, we have to place these one at a time very carefully to make sure that there is potassium in the soil before we place these down. Otherwise, we're literally just wasting a seed, right? So, anyway, looks like all of this now has depleted K nutrients, but we accurately planted all the rest. I feel like I don't even need more grain than this. Like, this could probably last us the whole fucking game, to tell you the truth. All right, let's grab... We don't really have any more barrels. Hang on. Okay, lime water. 8 large soaked hides after a little while. And then right here, we move this barrel over. I guess we'll put it right here. And then... put the borax and the hides. All right, so we need oak wood. I'm gonna have to get off of here in roughly 12 minutes. All right. Yeah, so I think in the next episode, we're definitely going to be getting our first drinks of milk. I'm going to do more clay making pretty much right as soon as we log on. I'll even write myself like a little to-do list, like a note, right? These are all 6 out of 7 carrots. They're not ready for harvest yet, but they will be soon enough. All right. The entire first plot is completely open to us. I could have more vegetables. Maybe we'll plant some more turnips. Let's take these out. And I can start eating those now. I'll leave half in here so they keep better. All right. Yeah, turnips. And I guess parsnips. And the last flax is now harvested. Look at that. Beautiful. I'll just go ahead and eat this flax grain right here. Oh, regional activity? No. I've just noticed that sometimes it'll say medium, and you'll get like a crazy amount of spawns. Yeah, it's a known bug from earlier, which was apparently fixed, but I still notice it happening from time to time. All right, let's plant all these turnips. And then the parsnips. There we go. All right. There's depleted N nutrients here, so I can't actually plant much. Wait. Most of this is okay, actually. Most of it. Let's just check it row by row. Yep, this is good. Nutrients here. It's crazy that the main character basically has soil X-ray vision, where he can just magically tell how much nutrients are in soil. That's amazing, dude. All right. Is it possible to learn this power? Not from a farmer. All right, that's all we can plant. It's got to go diagonally 8 blocks across. Which means we have to move over one more block right there. All right. It's just about ready to set up our windmills. Grab that, deposit the seeds and the wood. All right. Those are the appropriate dimensions, I believe. We just gotta make sure we never fall from here. I have a pretty good track record of not dying to falls when building my windmill, and I'd like to keep it that way. Let's make some more bandages now. The crops have been nearly like entirely harvested and replanted at this point. Yeah, the only nutrients remaining there are pea nutrients, and we don't have any pea crops to plant, so... just K and N crops. All right. Looks like we're good. I can pretty much log off of here. I'm gonna want to make more clay products, but we can do that at the start of the next episode. Maybe I'll leave myself a little visual reminder. Yeah. I'm gonna make one clay vessel, like a raw clay vessel, and one raw, well, I guess a batch of 4 raw ceramic crocks. And then, you know, upon seeing that, I'll be like, oh, okay, I have to do all that stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I still got 3 minutes before 7 p.m. And then I'm gonna make my dinner, get comfortable, maybe watch a little Asmongold, see if there's any new Epstein news, or maybe like some Minnesota protester crackdown news that I like so much. Damn straight. Okay. Honestly, I could make all the crocs right now. No harm, no foul. Let's do that. It's brief. Alright. And, wait. I need 2 more. Yeah, just having one ceramic vessel full of storage, like full of crocs, is enough for like over a year of maintaining your protein needs. All right. I already have 3 cooking pots. I don't need more than that. I'm just wondering, I don't think there's anything I can actually put in there with those. You know what? I can make another couple of bowls. Yeah, that'll do. All right. There we go. So all that's ready. We can make those in the next episode. 2, 3. I need 3 more crocs. Sorry, 3 more storage vessels in here. I could, you know what? 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna make 3 more of these, and then we can just fire them in the next episode. Yeah, I'm having fun, and I can overextend my little play timer here for like 15 minutes. Oh. And 1 more. Yeah, we're just gonna lay out the base of all of them, and then we can auto-complete the vast majority of them in a very short time frame. Here we go. Grab more clay. Beautiful. Yeah, we had a very productive day in the game today. Very productive. Every episode is, right? I've gotten really good at the whole shebang. We may have steel much earlier in this playthrough than we did prior. I think we got our first steel in like April or May in the previous playthrough. Maybe I'll get it like before the end of the first winter. There we go. Everything is done and ready to be fired. Hell yeah, buddy. We just got to do it when we log into the next episode. All right. Let's eat. Sleep. Alright, I can't harvest the carrots yet. They are not done. Which is good, because I'm going to be getting pelted by the bowthorn anyway. It's not a good time to do it. I wonder when those goats are going to give birth. Alright. Beautiful. All right, guys. Well, that's it for now. Thank you very much for chilling. Episode 4 has been just as lucrative, just as fun as episodes 1 to 3. I got some notes, but not as many. There's not as much happening these days, but yeah, you know, that video is coming along, that tips and tricks video, right? From which you will all benefit. So, for now, take care, rock on, peace out. I hope you guys have a good night and a wonderful sleep, or a great rest of your day, depending on the hemisphere you call home. And I hope to see you guys back here tomorrow for continued adventure. But be warned, I'm probably going to be playing some Schedule 1. I want to get back into it, man. I like it. It's very addictive. If you guys haven't tried Schedule 1, then I highly recommend you do. It's an extraordinary game. It's worth every penny, and it gets better by the month. So keep love alive, live to forgive, and let redemption ride shotgun, everybody, and I will see you in the next episode. Good night. Chris, take care, buddy. Ray, if you're still around, congrats on 135 days once again. All right, later, everyone.